It is 3:03. I will call this meeting to order. Please stand to sing our national anthem. Ask the clerk for the roll call, please.
Mayor Sue Patterson,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Warren Dickert,
Present.
Councillor Harold Fleet,
Present.
Councillor Dave Hawking,
Present.
Councillor Carol Hudson, Councillor Brandon Cable,
Present.
Councillor Susan Zackel.
Present. Thank you, Vicky. All members are present and accounted for. Our land acknowledgement. As we work toward reconciliation with Indigenous people, we begin our meeting today by respectfully acknowledging that we are situated on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people of Three Fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, and further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. So welcome to our regular council meeting for Monday, August the 14th, 2023. Good afternoon, council, staff, guests, the viewing public, and the media. Council, does anyone have a disclosure of pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest? And Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would declare an interest in item number 8.1, the notice of motion, as I have a family member that is employed by the Hanover Police Service.
Thank you. And of course, if one should arise during the meeting, you may declare then. Item 5 on our agenda is additions or deletions, and we do not have any. Item 6 is a public meeting under the Planning Act. This is a public meeting to consider official plan amendment OPA 5 and zoning bylaw amendment Z3 23 for 2176058 Ontario Incorporated. And I'll ask the clerk for the method of notice of the meeting and the dates of that notice. Vicky?
Notice of the public meeting was mailed to all commenting agencies on July 24th, 2023, in accordance with Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990. The notice was posted on the Town of Hanover website, circulated to abutting landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands, and was also posted on the subject lands.
Thank you. And I'll ask Andrew Wilkin, the Director of Building and Planning and our CBO, to give an overview of the amendments. Andrew, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you indicated, this is a public meeting for Local Official Plan Amendment 5 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z3-23 for lands described as part of Lot 7, Concession 2, south of Durham Road, and more specifically described as Part 1, Reference Plan 16R-10599, located at 100 18th Ave, Town of Hanover. The purposes of the OPA is to permit proposed commercial use in addition to the industrial type uses within the restricted industrial zone. Zoning bylaw amendment Z3-23 proposes to rezone the lands as special exemption M1-XX to permit the proposed commercial use in addition to light industrial uses. The notice of posting is as per the clerk. Comments received to date were from Grey County, as well as Bradley Schultz, a resident at 131 17th Ave. If you'd like, your worship, I'll read those comments now. Grey County's comments were in your package. I will maybe take a few excerpts of that as opposed to reading all of it. County planning staff are satisfied that the justification in the planning report meets the criteria for conversion of employment lands. The planning report states that they are not able to find more suitable property in the town of in the Hanover and Walkden area, determined through the review of the town of Hanover commercial policy review and the local growth management strategy scope comprehensive review. Town of Hanover addendum report that Hanover has a substantial shortfall in commercial land, and that while there is a shortfall of employment lands, it was determined that there already is plenty of land designated for employment lands. Further, the proposal would only remove 0.58% of land designated as an employment area. Additionally, they make mention to staff recognizes that the proposal would generate potentially more traffic and have members of the public stay on site, both indoors and outdoors, for the car sales component. Staff recommend the proponents speak to whether there are any noise, odor, dust, vibration, or others in proximity to the subject site where potential mitigation measures should be considered, i.e. trees, bushes, and fencing. County planning staff have recommended consulting the healthy development checklist as it has some tools and recommendations that are applicable to the proposed development. That checklist really does assist the developer in providing some buffering and considerations while going through the development stages. Provided additional information is provided by the proponent to ensure the proposed use is compatible in this location. County planning staff have no concerns with the subject application. Comments from Bradley Schultz. In regards to the proposed zoning amendment, as I am one of the direct adjacent residential properties to the immediate north, address being 131 17th Ave, I have a few concerns with the proposed use that is being considered. I am unable to attend the public meeting taking place on Monday, August 14th at 3, but I would like to submit some of my initial concerns via email. In the documents provided, it states that the proposed business would not have any adverse effect on the normal hours of operation or activities that are currently ongoing at this time. I would strongly disagree with this statement as the property is not being used as a garage repair shop. Honda currently uses the building for storage and the odd time has a vehicle in one of the bays. I'm not sure if they detail or oil guard them in there, but no excess noise is ever generated. The real estate business is in and out with daily, but their traffic is not any issue at all. I would be concerned with excess noise coming from the proposed intended purpose, as a vehicle repair shop would generate a substantial amount of noise coming from air compressors, air tools, hammers, tire machines, etc. The proposed design in the documents show all of the service bays directly facing the residential area to the north, which would mean the excess noise that certainly would be generated will be amplified in that direction. If anyone has ever seen a service shop in operation, the bay doors are always open unless there is inclement weather or it's winter time. It would be extremely disturbing 5 to 6 days a week of ongoing noise. Such a business is not suited to be adjacent to the residential area as is in close proximity as proposed. Item 2. There is reference in the documents that state the use of property would be similar use to the already established businesses that operate in the general area. Again, as being a resident that has lived in this location for 6 years now, that statement is not accurate. and it is repeated multiple times that it is similar to Honda's existing use, which is not true by any means. The other businesses, one being a vet clinic, and two, the current use of the Honda property do not generate excess noise, dust, or fumes as described. The other businesses that are part of the established industrial area are far enough away and have no immediate effect and no complaints on how any of them currently operate. Item 3. Planting vegetation is a long process for trees, shrubs, and plants to generate and grow to any size. A very detailed and intricate plan for this wouldn't have to be considered. I would not be convinced that a small tree or shrub would be of any value to mitigate such excess noise from this type of business. And item 4, I am deeply concerned about the effect such a business would have potentially degrading my property value or hardship on the sale of my property. I would like to be notified of any further town meetings and the adoption of the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you in advance. Some additional background. So on June the 29th, 2023, Cuesta Planning Consultants, Inc., the representatives for 217-6058 Ontario, Inc., submitted an application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to incorporate a special exemption to permit an auto service and sales establishment on the lands municipally described as 118th Ave. This amendment would involve incorporating a site-specific policy and zoning regulations to authorize the proposed automobile service and sales use for Volkswagen. We've been told this would be deemed a satellite office. The property is currently zoned as restricted industrial M1. The current state of the site includes a 465 square meter building and large parking area situated to the west of the building. The construction of the existing building took place in 2016, primarily intended for car detailing and warehousing for Hanover Honda. Hanover Honda's site plan control agreement for this property, bylaw number 2925-16, included provisions for a future expansion to this primary building that currently exists today for an additional 260 square meters, as well as the construction of a second 260 square meter detached storage building. However, the approved expansion and secondary building have never been developed. As part of the original site plan approval process, drainage and stormwater management plan were implemented on the site. Public Works has reviewed the proposed and has no concerns. The site drainage system is connected to the existing stormwater infrastructure located on the north side of 2nd Street. Currently, the site can be accessed via 18th Ave. The original site plan control agreement with Hanover Honda stated that no access now or in future is to be provided off of 2nd Street. The proposed amendment includes repurposing the current existing building and expanding its footprint by plus minus 1,000 square feet to the west. Approximately 70% of the building will be designated for automobile servicing. 10% will be utilized for parts storage, and the remaining 20% will be allocated to the sales and vehicle display services. Grey County staff noted that a comprehensive view would be required as part of to support the planning analysis, given the proposal would be converting an industrial designated parcel to commercial use. Genevieve Scott from Cuesta Planning is here today to speak to her report that is included in my report. County staff has also emphasized that the proposed development exclusively pertains to a new car dealership with 3 bays, which would generate employment opportunities for a workforce of approximately 12 individuals. At the Planning Advisory Committee, some additional discussions around signage, lighting, as well as buffering were discussed, especially with the neighboring north residential properties. At that time, it was discussed that these are typical items that are finalized through the site plan control agreement process, unless those discussions are had here today. One note, during the preparation of Grey County application forms that the town must submit following this public meeting, it was determined that a parking exemption would be required as part of the proposed bylaw. In light of this, Cuesta Planning will speak to this during their delegation. They have provided us with an updated justification report to pick up this parking revision, but it will be spoken to here shortly. If passed, bylaw 3277-23 would be amended to add a section 3 bracket C noting 57 parking spots were required and only 47 are being provided. There are no financial implications associated with my report. The link to the strategic plan is economic development. The recommendation is that report PB 21-23, public meeting for official plan amendment OPA 5 and zoning bylaw amendment Z3-23 2176058 Ontario Inc. be received, and that council pass bylaw number 3276-23 official plan amendment number 5 and bylaw number 3277-23 to rezone the lands described as part of lot 7 concession 2 SDR part 1 of plan 16R-10599 and known as 118th Ave in the town of Hanover, County Gray, from restricted M1 industrial to restricted industrial site specific zone. I will answer any questions you may have, and I will ask maybe Genevieve from Cuesta come up at this time.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. So members of the public will now be allowed to speak to the matter. All questions are to be addressed through the chair. So please state your name and address for the record. And Genevieve, you need to turn the microphone on, the little person there, if you just press that button.
Perfect. Thanks. Thank you very much, Mayor Patterson. My name is Genevieve Spott. I work with Cuesta Planning Consultants. And we have been retained by Up Auto, care of Mr. Michael Carmichael, to assist in the processing of the local official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments before council today, which would permit an auto service and sales establishment on lands municipally described as 118th Avenue in the town of Hanover. I'll be trying to be brief about some of the background as Andrew's provided great detail in that regard. Thank you very much. So just briefly, the description of the proposal, the subject proposal is to allow for an auto service and sales use, which will have, is generally similar in nature. There will be a little bit more of an intense use, but it's similar in nature to the existing Hanover Honda car detailing and warehouse use, which is currently at the site. The proposed use is intended to function as a small satellite dealership, which is related to a larger dealership that is in the works in the Collingwood area of Grey County, or so I guess it's Simcoe County, actually. The proposal will repurpose the existing building, and it's going to add an additional 96 square meters on the west side of the building. There will be 3 bays on the west side of the building, sort of the northwest corner of the addition. The vehicle display is proposed on the east side of the site. Parking for staff and service customers will be on the west side of the building. And there is a new access that's proposed on the northeast corner of the site. So when we started our pre-submission consultation with the town staff as well as the county, it was confirmed that a local official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment would be required to add a site-specific policy and zoning to the site. And the County of Grey planning staff at that time noted that a comprehensive review or similar type of exercise would be required in support of the application. So some of the considerations that the county had wanted us to look at was compatibility of the proposed use with surrounding land uses, and also to investigate whether there was alternative locations in town. So as part of that process, we took a look at a number of documents. We also completed two separate property searches that were conducted in the town, January and February of 2023. And these parcel searches confirmed that there was no parcel of appropriate designation, zoning, or size that was currently available in the town. That was also the findings of the parcel search was also confirmed in late April of 2023 by town staff as well. We also looked at a number of background studies. One of the latest ones was the local growth management strategy scoped comprehensive review that was completed in January of 2021. And this report had concluded that about 38 hectares of additional commercial land is needed in the town right now to accommodate growth to 2046, and noted an existing lack of accessible and available commercial lands as well. We also took a look at Grey County's official plan amendment number 11 and the associated staff reports. And this amendment, as town council, I'm sure, is aware, it did add 2 new future secondary plan areas and related policy to the official plan in order to accommodate future growth for the town. We also did a review of the industrial building permits that have been issued by the town and conducted a site visit and an area review as well. So based on all of this background work that we completed, we confirmed that there is an existing shortfall of commercial land in the urban boundary. There was no viable alternative location for the vehicle sales and service use currently in the town boundary. And just to provide context in terms of what would be removed from the employment lands in town, as Andrew noted, it's approximately 0.58% of the total hectarage that is currently designated for industrial use. So it's not a very significant amount, and we will be repurposing a building as well, which is helpful. So we feel that it's a reasonable conversion request, and we were happy that the County of Grey comments had accepted those findings of the report as well. So just to go over the public comments to date from nearby property owner. Prior to the meeting, I did have a discussion with Mr. Carmichael related to work on the site in the vehicle service shop. And he did tell me that the service shop bays will be air conditioned. That's policy that they have in all of their shops. And so they don't anticipate that there's going to be open bay doors during the summertime. So that's quite helpful in terms of reducing noise from the use. He also mentioned that there will not be any painting, car painting on site too. So in terms of no fumes coming from the new use, that's also not a concern. He also mentioned, it is a satellite dealership. It's not, so it's not intended and not anticipated to be a very high volume dealership. And so that will also help with respect to traffic going in and out of the site. And as staff has mentioned, this site will be required to go through site plan approval, and buffering such as fencing or landscaping will be required. In addition, dark sky lighting could also be implemented at the site, which will also help with attenuating any offsite impacts. So in conclusion, we feel that the proposal is consistent with the requirements of the provincial policy statement, and that the proposal meets the Grey County official plan policy related to employment land conversions. And we will, because it's a site-specific policy that's adding this use, but also retaining the existing light industrial uses. That also allows for some flexibility in the future too, and ensure that, you know, some industrial uses could still occur at the site in the future. We feel that we did meet the policy requirements of the town of Hanover plan as well. And again, it will allow repurposing of an existing legal use. And that the proposal meets the general intent of the relevant zoning provisions as well. So one item that did get picked up in staff's review was that we had calculated the parking a little bit differently. We looked at it only from the additional use on the property on on the building. And so the calculation should have been 57 parking spaces required and we will be providing 47. So we are asking for some relief there. In addition, the parking stalls are slightly less deep. They will be 5.5 meters versus a 6 meter deep stall, other than the barrier-free parking, which is going to be in compliance with the zoning bylaw provisions. So that's all my comments for now. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thanks, Genevieve. I will just ask, are there any other members of the public that would like to comment? And I will ask a third and final time if there was anyone else who would like to comment. Seeing none, the floor is closed. So we have report PB 2123, which is what we're discussing, the public meeting for official plan amendment OPA 5 and the zoning bylaw amendment Z323. And it's from Andrew Wilkin, our Director of Building and Planning, our CBO. I need a mover and seconder before discussion is open with council. Councillor Hawking and Councillor Cable. Council, do you have any questions? Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Andrew and Genevieve, for your report. Concerns I have, and I brought it up at planning, is the lighting and signage. And I understand with insurance, there's got to be a certain amount of lightage and for the signage with just for protection of the property. And I'm wondering if that can be addressed. And my other concern is the way the bays are sitting, if there's any chance of those bays being switched, that they're not going to affect the people on 17th Avenue and 18th Ave.
Andrew?
Yeah, through your worship, I might get Genevieve to answer the second part of that. You know, in terms of the lighting, yeah, that would be addressed in site plan control. It would be buffered or covered as required so that it wouldn't adversely affect a neighboring property. I mean, that's done on lots of properties that neighbor residential. So I don't see an issue with that, especially with Second Street, you know, technically being in between this proposed property and the residential properties across the street. The second part in terms of the bays relocating, constructability wise, I couldn't answer you if that makes sense for the proponent or not.
Genevieve, can you comment on that?
Thank you, through your chair. It's my understanding that some of the design is driven through the manufacturer Volkswagen. So I have raised the comment when we received the concerns from the member of the public today. I'll have to get back to council on whether that's viable or not at this stage, but I will try and get some more information in that regard.
Something to add?
Yeah, just typically, I believe that they'd like to have the bays on a street side, you know, in terms of visibility. Normally they're not hidden unless they're a drive-through bay.
Okay, Councillor Fleet.
And my other question would be, it's a satellites dealership. Now, is it a dealership out of Collingwood, or is it the dealership from Walkerton? I'm hearing mixed signals here.
It's my understanding that it's the information I've been provided is that it's satellite to Collingwood, so I'm not sure if it's in addition to the one in Walkerton or not. I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I can follow up in that regard, though.
I am really concerned with the lighting and signage, and I know there's an insurance, issue that it's got to be insured and the property's got to be protected, and that's something I'd really like to see addressed with the, 17th Avenue and 17th Avenue A and 18th Avenue residential area. It'd be very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, through the mayor. It's my understanding from when we talked, we had spoken to the planning committee a little while before the public meeting. And it was my understanding, and staff may be able to speak to this a little bit more thoroughly than myself, but there had been a gas station that was in close proximity to a residential area, and there was a requirement for a certain shut off time. And following the planning committee meeting, I did follow up with my client, and he had no concern with respect to that type of requirement being implemented as part of site plan control.
Andrew?
Through your worship, and just in addition to that, yes, items 9, 10, and 11 in our site plan control agreement are specific to lighting, signs, and fencing and buffering. And those are always a consideration through the site plan control process. And obviously we use historical agreements for adding additional items in as maybe needs see fit. And the gas station up at the south end of town is a good example of similar conditions that would be imposed in the agreement.
Councillor Hawking.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Thanks for your report. I am very positive about your report, and always welcome an opportunity where people can have employment in a town. And I noted you said 12 employees, which is a real good thing. The point that I want to make is your confirmation on your parcel searches that have been confirmed that we don't have we have significant existing and shortfalls in commercial land, the need for us to move forward on our boundary expansions. Because if we had that, we probably wouldn't be addressing this issue with this location today. So thank you for your confirmation. Thank you for your excellent report. And I would like to support the report as given by Andrew. Thank you.
Are there other comments? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if you can tell me, it's showing 3 bays plus an alignment bay, and 1.5 of those bays are going to be part of the extension that you're building onto it. Is that correct? So the alignment bay, is it currently there now? The bay door is already on that side?
That there is bay. I'm just trying to remember from the site visit whether it's on the north side or whether it's on the west side currently. But there is an existing bay there for the car detailing use that's already approved on site. So
Yes, I believe that's correct. The bays are on the north side as it is now. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Your worship, and thank you, Andrew, for the report. It's just from my understanding, the M1 light industrial, are there applications that would be there that would create similar concerns with noise and things like that? I'm just not 100% clear on what light industrial would allow. Can you elaborate on that?
Through your worship, from my zoning bylaw, I figured there would be a question similar to this. Yeah, light industrial, nothing specific in the zoning bylaw, but obviously light industrial and the definition is including manufacturing, assembling, processing, and other industrial uses. It talks about contractor's yard, storage uses, taxi dispatch stations, service industries, which really gets into plumbing shops and HVAC shops and similar uses like that. That would be what's allowed back there now, in addition to gym and fitness.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you very much for the report. Certainly, we want to use land as efficiently as possible. So I think it's great that we're going to be able to repurpose this building for a new use, which is still similar related to auto service. I'm just wondering, Genevieve, if you can comment on the reduction in parking. So you're saying that we're 10 spaces short. Are those spaces then coming from a new vehicle display? Are they coming from customer parking? Do you kind of have a sense of kind of where those 10 spaces are coming from? Like, is it that fewer people will be able to park on the site, or that Volkswagen will have fewer vehicles on display?
Well, they're probably, through your worship, they're probably not going to want to get rid of their display section for certain. When we looked at it, so for the warehousing and car detailing site plan agreement that had been approved for the original use, only because of some of it being warehousing use, only I believe 3 parking spaces were required, and 5 were provided. So when we initially reviewed it, we were looking at it from a perspective of just expanding on that. And so we had felt originally that we only needed 16 spaces because if we were adding on to an existing use, that to staff confirmed that they would prefer to look at it as the whole building being the new use. And so that's why we went from needing 16 spaces to needing 57 and 47 being provided. So there's still going to be ample parking on the site. I would say probably that's going to be coming from a reduction in the staff and customer versus the display. Although the display spaces are not, there's not a huge display area on the site. I'm just going to try and look again to see how many there actually are. Well, they have, yeah, so they've got some along 18th Avenue, and then they also have vehicle display along the southern section of the site as well. So whether or not that's reconsidered too, when we start to look at some of the site plan requirements in terms of buffering and landscaping as well. But I would say that's probably where it's going to be coming from.
I guess just to confirm, Andrew, so right now there's 4 customer parking spaces that are on the site. So I assume there'd be some flexibility there that if they determine that they actually need 6 customer parking spaces, that could be adjusted as things move forward.
Through your worship, yeah, absolutely. And the breakdown in the zoning bylaw to get to those spaces is 3 per bay and 1 for every 10 square meters. And that's how essentially we get to the 57 for this particular one. But yes, the customer amount of parking can be accommodated, whether it's a reduction in the staff parking or a reduction in the service parking to meet that demand.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I am going to call the question for report PB 2123 with M1 45 zone as amended. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Genevieve. Thanks, Andrew. All right, our first delegation, I should say. We have 4 delegations this evening. This afternoon, it's not this evening yet. So the first one, 7.1, we have Kelly Linton and Andy Goldie with Linton Consulting Services Incorporated, giving us the overview on our 2023 to 2027 strategic plan. Welcome. Did that bring back memories about public meetings and everything?
It brought back a lot of memories, actually. I know you guys run a good meeting here. It's good to see. Mayor Patterson, members of council, Andy Goldie and I are pleased to be here with you today. And it was been a pleasure for us to work with the council and the whole senior management team on this really exciting project. Strategic plan is one of the most important things the council does in its term of office. It establishes clear direction for the team. And it was, you have a great council. The residents of Hanover should be very pleased that you have a council that really cares deeply about this community and you want to do what's best for the community. So not every council, not every time you can say that. So that's and you have a great senior team, you have a great CEO and a senior team, and we had some really good sessions. And the result in front of you today, the final report is because you had a good team, had really good discussions. So I'm going to go through an executive summary. It wasn't that long ago where I was mayor, so I appreciate when consultants actually stick to the time that you give them. So I'm going to try my best to do that today. I almost said tonight too. And so I'm going to go to the next page here. As far as the agenda for today, just a little bit of the flow, purpose of the project, your expectations on day one, the approach we took, the 5 goals that we agreed on as a team, highlight the strategic priorities and the actions, and then touch on the next steps and tracking progress. So the objective of this project was to create a results-focused action plan enabling the leadership team, so council and the senior team, to establish a common focus, outline priorities, and track and communicate progress. So what we had to get to as far as outcomes go, meaningful community and staff feedback, shared vision and common ground among councillors and with the senior management team, practical actions that can be accomplished, ability to track and communicate progress. So the leadership team right from day one gave us our marching orders. They wanted to make sure that we had clear and simple language that would be understood by all readers. We wanted to avoid the use of vague and general statements that make measurement difficult or impossible. 2, action-oriented to enable effective tracking of progress. We wanted to avoid using lofty goals that cannot be achieved. Number 3, practical and doable. To make sure that we set up the team for success, not failure, within the town's sphere of influence, to appropriately establish community expectations on what can be accomplished. We wanted to avoid making promises in areas that fall outside the jurisdiction of local government. And the last one is a team building experience, recognizing the council and staff play different but complementary roles and work together for the success to effectively achieve positive results for the whole community. So the approach we took, a very collaborative process. We started with one-on-one interviews with every member of council and the senior management team. We put out a questionnaire, 457 responses back from residents of Hanover, which was great. 52 responses back from the staff questionnaire. We had focus groups, 3 focus groups on June the 21st, 3 sessions, 31 participants in total. Really good interaction with members of user groups and individuals within your community. And then we had 2 leadership team sessions, very good leadership team sessions on May 30th and July 5th. We got a lot accomplished. And the results of this project here are because of those 2 leadership team sessions that you were involved in. So as far as the highlights of what we heard from residents, we asked the question, what makes Hanover a great place to live? 62% selected outdoor open space, parks, trails, and river access as either their first, second, or third preferred choice. And that was followed by 50% who selected recreation/sports facilities as either their first, second, or third preferred choice. Another question that we asked is, with the most important local government service to your household? It came out the top 2, police, fire, and emergency services was number 1. Number 2 was safe and well-maintained roads and sidewalks. So again, basic government things. From staff, we heard the top response to the question: rank the following challenges that you think require attention during this council term. The first one, more land, expand the borders to enable growth, and that was followed by the cost of living, housing affordability. So your staff gave us some really, really good feedback there. The final report has a detailed results in the appendix. We established 5 goals, important inspirational goals for this term of council. Number 1, safe and reliable infrastructure. That's defined as build, maintain, and continuously improve our municipally owned properties, buildings, and equipment. And number 2 is healthy and welcoming community, care for our natural environment, and provide an enviable quality of life for everyone who calls Hanover home. 3, strong and vibrant economy, refresh downtown Hanover, and retain and attract local economic investment and jobs. Number 4, balanced growth, work together to create a community we can all be proud of. And 5, open and responsible government, deliver services in a friendly, effective, and efficient manner while providing an exceptional working environment for our employees. That is great. That is a really good 5 goals. And I think we kind of nailed these goals really well. But going on to the next page, until you get to that next level of detail, those are just lofty statements. So we really wanted to make sure that we drove down into strategic priorities and actions. So I'm not going to go into all the actions because there's over 50 of them, and they're all included in the final report, but I just wanted to provide some highlights under goal 1, safe and reliable infrastructure. The first strategic priority, taking an evidence-based approach to infrastructure renewal projects. And number 2, optimizing the delivery of essential services by maintaining and upgrading our facilities and equipment. Some of the highlights for our actions include creating a 5-year and a 10-year capital forecast, complete environmental assessment for the new water tower and expansion of the wastewater treatment facility, build a new fire hall, decision on existing fire hall property. And there's a list of other actions that you'll see in the final report under the first goal. Getting into goal 2, healthy and welcoming community, really exciting priorities here. Number 2.1, looking after our natural environment. You heard that this is really important to your citizens. It's the first strategic priority there. 2.2, expanding opportunities for healthy living, recreation, and culture. Number 3, encouraging a greater mix of housing options for residents of all ages and income levels. Number 4, embracing community diversity, equity, and inclusion. Some of the action highlights there: create an environmental advisory committee pretty early on, design and build a splash pad, encourage more affordable housing options, and complete neighborhood park renewal projects. Some exciting actions underneath goal 2. Moving on to goal 3, strong and vibrant economy. Number 1 is enhancing the downtown experience for residents and visitors, leveraging our location as a regional hub to attract new businesses and local jobs. Number 3, strengthening relationship with our local businesses. And then 4, promoting tourism as an economic driver. Some of the highlights for the actions there: encourage the revitalization of brownfield properties, strengthen the Launchpad program, supporting local businesses by enhancing the community improvement program incentives, and then move forward with a plan for a hotel banquet hall facility on town-owned land. So some really, really aggressive, really exciting goals underneath that item there. Moving on to goal 4, something that became very, very clear that was very important in this term of council: balanced growth. Number 1, expanding the town's boundaries to accommodate healthy growth. And number 2, ensuring growth pays for growth, with encouraging community conversations about healthy, well-planned growth. Some of the actions that fit underneath that goal: create a healthy growth action plan, continue the prosperity and South Grey discussions, advocate with the province, clarifying the needs the town's need for land expansion, and host community info sessions about growth and growth concerns. And the last one, goal 5, open and responsible government. The first item there: improving communication and customer service, demonstrating financial accountability. 3, continuously improve our ability to provide essential services and meet community needs. 4, provide a positive working environment while recognizing excellence among our employees. Some of the actions that fall underneath this goal: improve the town's website, host semi-annual town hall meetings, explore shared service with the county, complete an organizational review, and initiate staff appreciation events to recognize town staff. A lot of things there, a lot of exciting opportunities here. So moving on to the next slide. Next step. So once council has approved the content, my in-house design folks will develop a final plan that's designed to be read by the entire community. It'll make sure that it includes input from the citizen survey as well as the staff survey throughout the whole document. It'll be word for word content that's approved by council though. The final product will be completed in August, given if the council approves this project. Moving on to the last thing here, establishing goals, priorities, and actions are important, but it's as important to monitor and track progress. So one of the things that we committed to is developing a strategic action plan progress tracker. There's a sample page right here. So every single action will have target dates, lead departments, percent complete, and relevant comments. And it's a very simple, straightforward tool that can be used by the CEO and the senior team to make sure that you're tracking every action item that's listed in the strategic plan to be shared with council and to be shared with the community. Last page. Just together, I think we've built a really, really solid plan here. It's an exciting plan. And council and the staff deserve credit for pulling this plan together. I've seen a lot of strategic action plans that aren't good. This one's a good one. And it's thanks to you and thanks to the team and thanks to the sessions that we had together. Andy and I thank you for the opportunity to work with you on this project, and we're looking forward to finishing up with something that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly and Andy. Council, any questions about process or the results? Knowing that we do have the report further on in the agenda, but Councillor Hawking?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen, for your excellent report. I thoroughly enjoyed the process. You're excellent in your leadership and getting us to a final goal. It's solid, it's exciting. Those are your words, and I concur. My question to you, and I apologize for the sort of the wording, but is there a magic bullet that you have in your back pocket that helps us to share this with the community? I mean, every time I want, well, I didn't know about this. Where did I know? I mean, it's such a worthwhile initiative. Like I'd like to be able to say at the end of 6 months, 95% of our citizens have some idea of what we have done, what we plan to do over the next 4 years. And it directly relates to how do we communicate this plan effectively within our community.
Excellent question, Councillor Hawking. I think the process that we've taken sets us up for doing just that. You know, sometimes you see strategic plans and the wording that's chosen, people don't even understand what they mean. We haven't done that. So I think the product that you're going to get is going to be conducive for widespread sharing. And you can take pieces of that and you can share it on social media. You can share it at the town halls that we're recommending. And it's going to be a document that is easily readable. And we've put timelines on things, and we've put quarterly expectations. So we're making sure that there's accountability for getting things done. And you know, you have a good communications team here, and I have we've given them a product that they can work with. And there's no reason why you can't take bite-sized pieces of everything that's going to be included in the strategic action plan and start communicating it out. It's built for that.
Okay, I was just thinking the other day, you know, something that goes out periodically is our taxes and our sewage and water bills. If we could incorporate just a little blurb every time that the citizens get to see strategic plan. I mean, some of them don't even, I shouldn't say that. Some people roll their eyes, let's say, when they hear strategic plan. They think it's lofty on expectations, but I think the more we do of getting it out rather than have it sit as a document and throw it on social media, every opportunity we get, we should be, as Kelly says, putting a blurb out and sort of tweaking their interest. So that's just a editorial comment for me. Take it for what it's worth.
I'd love to respond to that though, because I think it's a really, really important point. And you should take every excuse that you can, every good thing that you do to bring it back to the strategic action plan because it's there. Like we took a very comprehensive view of the strategic plan. And so every time you do something exciting, every ribbon cutting you do, everything that you do, make sure that you tell people, this is what we told you we're going to do, and we've done it. So it's, you know, that demonstrates good government. And we've set up the process to ensure that counselors, when you're talking to your residents and your constituents, you can talk to the strategic plan. This is what we're saying we're going to do, and judge me as a counselor and judge this group on what we accomplish. It's just good government.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Andy and Kelly. This is really exciting. It was great working with your company, and I think we've come up with a package that the whole community is going to really enjoy and be a big part of our community. First of all, I like as a counselor, and in my second term, our first term of council, after the strategic plan was done, it sort of went in my briefcase. And I'd like to see us look at it yearly and see what we've accomplished or not accomplished. And I think that's very important because I know my first term, it was like it didn't happen. And I think that's very important for this council to look at something like that. And I feel that going forward, that it's very important that we follow the strategic plan and don't jump all over the place. Because I pull out the last strategic plan and I look at something that was high that never got done and something that was low that got done. So I think it's very important that we follow this plan.
Go ahead.
That's a really, really good point. And I think that's why Andy and I, a former CAO for a decade, and me as mayor to his CAO, we recognize that the downfall of strategic plans is that you don't have a practical tool to track progress. So that's why way back when we put a proposal out to do this work, we committed to this group that we were going to build a tool for your CAO and your senior team to track progress. And so on a regular basis, whether you do it quarterly, whether you do it semi-annually, whatever works for you, you have a tool, a very simple tool that demonstrates progress on every single action item. And I think that's absolutely critical. So we built that into the deliverables that you're getting as a result of this project. The second thing though, that you mentioned is that you want to stick to it. That takes discipline from this group though. Like, so for example, if you have another project that comes up, a pet project that you think is really important, but it's not part of your strategic plan, you have to have a conversation with your CAO and senior team about what gets knocked off the senior plan, because it's up to you as a council to make sure that you stick to the strategic plan. It's not just staff's job, it's your job too. So all I can say is it takes discipline for the council to say, we've identified our strategic plan and we're going to stick to it. I know things come out of the woodwork, things come up, but then you have to ask a question. Okay, this all of a sudden is really, really important. We have to make sure that we take something off because your staff capacity cannot handle council just adding new pet projects on top of the actions that are identified in the strategic plan. That's your job.
Other comments? Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Kelly, for your report. I think you've built it in already, answering Councillor Hawking and Councillor Fleet's remarks in Goal 5, open and responsible government. If we go ahead and improve our town website, there's opportunities there to point out strat plan connections. If we host semi-annual town hall meetings, there's another opportunity. If we go ahead with the mayor's breakfast that we've spoken of before, there's a third way. So I think there's lots of opportunities for people who really want to know what's going on in town and why we're doing the things that we're doing here on council. Thank you.
Other comments? Councillor Hawking.
Yes, just to react to Councillor Sacco's comments, I would fully agree, but I can't remember the bullet now, but I think you surveyed the public and 41%, I believe, was a number that like to hear from a printed medium rather than just the social media and everything, we have a lot of senior citizens in our community. And I think we shortchange them sometimes by not zeroing on the printed material. And we get all hepped up on, the digital and the things that sort of run our world now. So I don't want to lose sight of, and that's why I mentioned wherever we have a printed information going to our ratepayers, we include something with strategic plan. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. So I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate your professional approach along with your extensive knowledge, not only on the political side, but on the administrative side. So thank you very much. Next on the agenda is item 7.2, and this is enterprise fleet management, and we have Nathan Bilaski with us. Hello, Nathan.
Hello, and thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everyone. Just going to share my screen here. We'll get started. So Mayor Patterson and members of council, thank you very much for giving me some of your time today. My name is Nathan, and I'm an account executive with Enterprise Fleet Management, and I'm coming to you today through the awarded tender with LAS and AMO and the Canoe Procurement Group of Canada to provide professional fleet management services across two municipalities across Ontario. Your staff had reached out through LAS and AMO because there's been some challenges since COVID with the vehicle market. And really what's brought us here today was a culmination of several meetings with Staff Chief Jeff Denninger, Ron Cooper, Christine Walker, Laura Christian, and Chief Chris Knoll. And throughout working with the staff, I had learned a lot about your current fleet program, items like your current process for buying vehicles. We had a great discussion about how long you guys keep vehicles for, the different aftermarket requirements that you need on your vehicles, different maintenance processes, and of course, the difficulties with budget constraints causing pressure on the ability to purchase the needed vehicles. And so we did a comprehensive fleet analysis to see how we could help plug the town of Hanover into the enterprise infrastructure to really help reduce cost and also help provide some administrative support to take some of that work off of your team's plate. Now, we do everything in our division, from helping acquire vehicles through to selling them and pretty much everything else in between. And we do this by working with local dealerships and local shops in your community. But just to take a quick step back and provide you a little bit of context to why we're meeting here, most folks, when they think about enterprise, they naturally think about our rental brand. But in our division, we actually work with both private and public entities that operate their own fleet of vehicles, and we help them do it for less. And just to rewind the clock back to the big financial crisis of 2008, is when we had a lot of public government entities coming to us, asking us how we were able to effectively run a fleet with so many challenges similar to what we're experiencing today. And so we engaged the public sector, and we learned a lot about things like capital budgets, operating budgets, how they manage their vehicles, asset management plans. And what we saw was pretty much the same story across the board, which was regardless of revenues, expenses had a way of going up faster. And that caused a lot of stress on the capital budget. And during the overall budgeting process, we saw that vehicles replacements are always one of those things on the list. But when it came to maybe upgrading a facility or repairing a road or replacing a pickup truck, that pickup truck, it made all the sense in the world to defer it until a later time and use the capital towards the more intensive projects. And so as a result, over time, fleet will become older and a little bit more aged. And while there's not a lot of capital spending on replacing vehicles, the operating expenses would start to increase at a much faster rate. And that causes the vehicles to be a little bit more unreliable and cause some additional safety concerns. And so what we were able to do is create a funding platform that really allows entities to come and capture the best of both worlds, which is reducing costs and putting a really good fleet plan in place that'll help stabilize the overall budget as it pertains to the fleet. And I know in a municipality, your teams are wearing many hats, and fleet is only one of those hats, often being managed independently by each department. But at Enterprise, fleet is 100% of our core function and what we do. And we want to help bring all of these areas together with all the departments, build a really good fleet plan to address some of the cost pressures that we're seeing. And that's what we've done today. The cost pressures that we're seeing under the guise of inflation is hitting vehicles really hard over the last few years. You can see there's an example here of the difference between the same brand new vehicle, only 3 model years apart, and the cost has increased up 59% in just those 3 years. Operating expenses equally up close to about north of 30% as well. Now, this isn't specific to municipalities. Anyone with a fleet is currently seeing these same cost pressures. And so what we do is we really do a deep dive into every aspect to really look at helping reduce these costs. And so we start off by looking at the overall life cycle of the vehicle. And so what you see before you is a simple chart that captures the bulk of the costs that go into a vehicle. The orange line is the representation of the vehicle depreciating. We've got maintenance and fuel, which is on more the operating side of the expenses. And what we've learned over the years of managing fleets is that it costs about the same to operate a vehicle across the entire life of a vehicle, but the money just goes to different places. So earlier on, the cost is mainly comprised of depreciation. Compare that to later on when maintenance takes over the bulk of the costs, along with an increase in fuel due to some degradation. And what we also see is that there is a dip in overall cost before maintenance starts to steamroll, and that's really the best time to get out of the vehicle. So we reviewed what that looks like based on your fleet and your data. And now there's a lot on this page here, and just for the sake of time, I'll just get kind of straight to it. So we looked at each of those lines in great detail for your fleet based on all the data that your team had provided. And what we saw were that costs would continue to decrease up until about year 5, where the overall cost bottomed, and then they started to climb back up again. And so we agreed that a 5-year cycle would not only effectively reduce the cost of the vehicles overall, but it also made sense operationally. And so we want to help reduce a lot of the different cost buckets that we're talking about today. And the first bucket that we're going to really help with is the overall sticker price of the vehicle. Now, we do this through building the vehicles directly at the factory to the exact specifications that your departments need. So we don't need to have any additional options that maybe aren't necessarily needed. And that can save thousands per vehicle. And then we place the orders through your local dealerships. And we take on a lot of the details like licensing, titling, all the aftermarket work and logistics. And our team helps execute that plan for you. Now, we also work with every manufacturer due to our size. And so we have no bias to any one maker, model, or brand or manufacturer. However, we do have tools, as seen before you, to allow us to capture all the costs from a sticker price perspective through to all of the operating costs like maintenance and fuel. And we can just boil it all down to a very simple cost per kilometer. And that allows us to provide recommendations to your team so that they can have all the information they need to make their decision. So here's an example of the ability that we can help reduce the overall cost of a vehicle compared to a purchase that your team had recently done. So on the vehicle on the left was a vehicle that your operation had purchased at the end of 2022, but it was a used 2019 with about 72,000 kilometers on it. Now, with used prices being up 41% from pre-pandemic levels, you'd paid for it about $51,000, whereas the same exact truck, brand new in 2019, would have actually cost you less, which you can see circled on the right here. Now, we also want to help with the operating expenses. And we have the ability to fix and budget your maintenance costs while using local shops for servicing and repairs, and combine that with our life cycle management. It's going to keep your overall maintenance costs much lower and the general need for maintenance much lower, and the productivity of your vehicles much higher. We also have the ability to provide the tools that bring your teams, that give your team some additional visibility, so that they can help manage their fleet a little with more visibility. And we could then come alongside to really help analyze that data that we capture so that your team again can make the best decisions just with data-backed decisions. And we also work with a lot of municipalities right now who are starting their journey on electrifying their fleet. And so we bring a very methodical and data-driven approach to that process as well. The simple problem that we're seeing right now today is that the price of vehicles are increasing so fast and so much that budgets just are having troubles keeping up. And so this is putting, again, a lot of pressure on your capital budget. And as I mentioned earlier, we put together a funding platform, which we call a market value finance or an open-ended equity lease that really allows you to write the vehicles down to a residual, which conserves cash flow and really lets you stretch your budget to do a lot more with less. And so this is also a very different lease, not to be confused with one where there's kilometer penalties and damage provisions, which most people think about when they think about a lease. Now, as we extend our infrastructure to understand those details, like the right vehicle for the job with the best life cycle, we also then built a fleet plan that really allows us to replace vehicles that are going to have the biggest impact first. So starting off with vehicles that are much older and have the highest mileage on those vehicles. And then from there, we built a transition plan that allows us to transition the fleet over a 5-year period. Now, this is your fleet analysis, and I'll also, there's a lot on here, but I'll keep it as high level as possible here. And just starting at the top, you can see the fleet listed as 20 vehicles. Now, your current fleet is actually comprised of 18 light duty vehicles, but your staff mentioned to me that they require 2 more. And so that's actually also where our program with LAS and AMO begins. And so just going through the top, you can see that the current cycle of your vehicles is somewhere between 8 and 10 years today. It's costing the town $130 a month to maintain those vehicles, or 13 cents per kilometer. Annual kilometers is just under 12,000, which is the average across the entire fleet per year. And your blended fuel economy is 19 liters per 100 kilometers. And so we're proposing over a 5-year transition period to replace all 20 vehicles, shorten their life cycle to 5 years. And in doing so, we can actually fix and budget the maintenance to an average cost of $58.85, again, using local shops in your community. And the price we used for fuel on this analysis was $1.60 per liter. Now, the orange line is what you're currently doing today. And to maintain the current cycle you have, you'd need about $108,000 to purchase 2.4 vehicles, which is the average, and just over $100,000 in operating expenses for a total of $210,000 and $815 for your annual fleet budget. We then execute our strategy, which transitions the fleet over 5 years. And then we also show another 5 years to show what our program looks like fully executed. And you can see overall, there's net savings of $295,000 over 10 years, with an average sustained savings of just under $7,500 per year. So I'm really confident that we can execute this plan and become a really valued long-term partner with the town of Hanover, like we have with about 30 other municipalities across Ontario to date. And I really appreciate you all giving me some of your time today, and I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Nathan. Council, any comments or questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you very much for your report, Nathan. I'm just wondering, I do have a few questions, but I'm wondering if you could explain the difference in your options between option 2, which looks at financing, versus option 3, which is your market value financing.
Yeah, absolutely. Through your worship, Councillor Cable, the difference is really just when you finance a vehicle in that example that I was showing on the screen. If you finance a vehicle down for 5 years, you're paying it right down to zero, basically. But the market value finance allows you to write it down to a residual. So let's just say, for example, we we cover 90% of the cost. So there's still 10% left owing on that vehicle. And then what we do is we go and as we replace that vehicle, we sell that other vehicle for you. And in selling that, we're harvesting all the equity that's in that vehicle. And at that time, it covers that remaining 10%. And then you get a check back to the town for the difference. And that's been in that analysis, that's providing a ton of extra equity to help offset some additional costs, and that's going to help bring down the overall cost quite a bit.
Excellent, thank you. And do you have a list of which local companies would be approved on your list for maintenance?
We do. I have, we reviewed it with staff. There was 6 shops that are currently on our maintenance program. I don't have them to date or on me right now, but I could provide them to you.
Excellent, thank you. And one final question. Through the lease program, is there any age restriction for the driver of the vehicles?
No, not, that's a combination of as long as they're covered under your insurance plan. But there's not similar to like a rental, for example. There isn't that sort of restriction.
Excellent, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Nathan, for the report. Just a couple of questions. Do we would still need to have, or our staff are still going to need to schedule the maintenance and things of that nature? I'm assuming you're coordinating it, maybe dictating where the vehicle would go for repair, but we still need to have internal resources to make those arrangements. Is that how it works?
Yeah, through your worship, Councillor, what it basically looks like is first of all, we provide those tools that help kind of give reminders of when some vehicles are requiring their servicing. And then, yeah, the drivers would simply have to go to one of those several shops, or basically any shop in the community. And from there, the shop would contact us and we would proceed with approving the work and getting it all done. So there wouldn't necessarily, I mean, there wouldn't be any additional resources needed to do. It's very similar to what your team would be doing today. It's just that we have the ability to reduce those costs and fix them so that they're budgeted over the life of that vehicle.
Okay, so it's not going to give us additional resources in our staffing or anything of that nature.
It will give you some of the tools will give you some things. So we have a combination of a client portal with some mobile applications as well, where we can actually tell your staff exactly when vehicles are needing servicing. So that ability allows you to make sure the vehicles are maintained to their best of ability. Some things we see often is that vehicles can be maintained too often or not enough. And so as a result, you're going to either spend more money, or you could unfortunately see, some catastrophic damage to vehicles like engines and whatnot. And so our ability to help, we also house all of the records for every vehicle is housed on our portal, so you can see everything very cleanly. And yes, we'll help make sure that the maintenance is being adhered to based on the manufacturer's recommended servicing intervals.
And the second, I don't really know if it's a question or not, but unfortunately, there have been times in the past, and I know you mentioned it, where we've had to defer vehicle purchases because there was other higher priority issues within the town. My understanding here is once we sign up for this, we basically lose that option of deferring some of those vehicle expenses that we may have had to prioritize. Just looking for your comments.
Yeah, not necessarily deferred, Councillor. We build a plan, but that plan can change from year to year to year. And so right now, I believe in the first year, we were looking at replacing 4 vehicles and adding 2 additional vehicles. In year 2, I believe it's if memory serves me right, it's 3 or 4 vehicles. If at that time the staff decides we only want to do 2 vehicles, it's up to you guys. It's your decision in terms of what you do. We're just building a plan that we see is going to be the best in terms of reducing cost and really helping implement the entire program across the entire fleet. But at the end of the day, it's certainly your decision.
And one final thing, what are we committing for 10 years, or is there an escape clause in there somewhere that if we find things aren't working the way we needed, that there's an out, I guess.
Yeah, great question. You're certainly not committing to 10 years. The analysis of 10 years is really just to show you some data. Our model is quite simply, if we can execute our plan and make really happy partnerships, then you're going to want to order your next vehicles from us. There's nothing committing you to ordering your next round of vehicles. So in that example, if after the first year it wasn't going to plan, or you guys wanted to take a different approach, there's nothing stopping you from doing it differently.
Good. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
So Nathan, that's a phased out approach to end it.
Your worship, just to clarify, so if I'm understanding correctly, we're basically looking at over the next 5 years transitioning the entire fleet over. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but like we haven't opted in yet, but if say 10 years from now, we do want to opt out, it's a phased process.
Yeah, if 10 years, 2 years, 5 years, if you guys decide you wanted to go back to kind of what you were doing prior to working with us, you certainly can. And there's several things that we can do. You can either just the existing vehicles that are currently on lease, they can just kind of run their course, or we can sell them at that time, harvest the gains of the equity. So how much you guys have built into that vehicle, and then we just send that back to you in a check, and you can go from there.
Very good, thank you. Any other, Councillor Fleet?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Nathan. Just a couple questions. You were saying that it's a savings of $295,000 over 10 years. So that works out to about $29,000 a year, roughly, that we're saving per year. And when it comes down to local shops, we're talking local shops in Hanover, not like your Holman's, your GM, your Chrysler, your Honda, whatever, etc. And same with your repair shops, it'll be all in Hanover. It's taxpayers' dollars, so.
Of course, and through your worship, Councillor Fleet, we work with basically any shop that is willing to work with us. And as I mentioned, there are 6 shops that are currently set up with us today in the area. I believe that was within a 10-kilometer radius of City Hall. I can get back to you on the exact details of what the shops are and whatnot, but some of those do include dealerships, and because obviously they do quite a bit of both sales and service. But any local shop that's willing to work with us, we're very happy to work with them as well.
Yes, it'd be very important to me that, we deal with the dealerships and shops in the town of Hanover, because, it's the residents, taxpayers' money that's paying for these vehicles. So it'd be very important that it's part of, the dealerships and shops in the town of Hanover.
Yeah, 100%, Councillor. We always want to drive the business back to that particular town that we're working with, and so ultimately we provide a list of shops, and your drivers can use whatever shops are most convenient. So certainly we recommend using those shops in your local community.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Nathan.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, item 7.3, our next delegation. It is an honor and a true pleasure to recognize 2 of our Hanover Police Service members. Constable Regan Bill and Constable Devin Perdue, welcome, and I invite you to come to the podium, Constable Perdue. Unfortunately, Constable Regan Bill is not able to join us this afternoon. Constables Bill and Perdue were recently awarded the Police Medal for Bravery by the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, the Honorable Elizabeth Dowdeswell. These officers were recognized for their brave actions during a fire. As we are all well aware, early in the morning of May 19th, 2022, a fire broke out at a rooming house in downtown Hanover. While on patrol, these two officers spotted smoke and flames coming from the building. After calling the fire department, they then entered the building with little regard for their own safety, kicking in doors and awakening people who were inside and unaware of the fire. Lives were saved early that morning by the quick and selfless actions of these officers. While it has been over 1 year since this fire, we recall and recognize the actions of Constables Bill and Purdue and the entire group of first responders and partners who battled the blaze throughout the night, resulting in other buildings being spared from significant damage. No serious injuries were reported. So I do have 2 certificates to present, which I am going to read for access with the microphone. And then I will ask MP Alex Ruff and MPP Rick Byers to speak. There will be an opportunity for photos after the presentation of the certificates. So from the town of Hanover, the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Hanover extends its appreciation to Constable Devin Purdue in recognition of your exceptional bravery and courage that you displayed upon entering a burning building to evacuate the occupants while on patrol. Your quick response and valiant action will have a lasting impact on the lives you have touched and on the Hanover community. On behalf of the Corporation of the Town of Hanover and Council, we wish to extend our deepest appreciation for your dedication and service. And I have a similar one for Constable Reganville. I also have from Grey County, the Council of the Corporation of the County of Grey extends its appreciation to Devin Purdue for extraordinary service and bravery in the position of Hanover Police Constable. And I'll ask MP Alex Ruff to come forward. And Alex, if you just turn the microphone on with the.
Super, you can hear me? First off, thanks, your worship. Thanks, council, for allowing myself, and I know Rick will express similar sentiments for coming here and to be able to recognize Constable Purdue. I'm not going to read my certificate. It'll read very similar to the ones that you're receiving from the other levels. I just want to say thank you. Our police at all levels and across the country sometimes don't always get the due credit that they deserve. And you're not firefighters. You're trained, I know, to just help out, and you made a conscious decision to make a difference and to save lives. And for that, I think we all should be very grateful. So thank you so much for doing what you do and continuing to do what you do on a daily basis. It's greatly appreciated. Congratulations.
And now we have MPP Rick Byers.
Good afternoon, your worship. Good afternoon, council, and a great pleasure to be here. And Constable Purdue, again, like MPP Ruff, can't thank you. MP Ruff, can't thank you for the extraordinary bravery and courage you exhibited that morning, and your fellow constable as well. It's hard for us civilians to, I know sometimes going into question periods a little tough, but honestly, service to your community and the bravery and the impact you had on and the lives saved and the property as well. Sincere thanks, sir, on behalf of the province of Ontario for your great courage and service. Thank you.
So if we would like to come forward, we'll take a photo here. And I would just like to also acknowledge that Constable Purdue was born and raised in Hanover. And a GDSS student.
Minor ball player, minor hockey player at one time.
Yeah.
Devin, right?
Okay. We need you.
Yes, sure. Yep. Yep. Maybe I can enlist Laura. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
It is quite a privilege to be able to recognize one of our own Hanover Police Service members. So at this time, we'll move on to item 7.4. So we have the Hanover Police Service Annual Report, and we have Chief Noel with us to present his report. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. That was a very nice touch on behalf of the council here to recognize the officers. Like MP Ruff said, we don't often get a lot of praise, right? We're like the referees on the ice rink. We don't get a lot of praise from time to time. So it's a very nice touch. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the details here of our annual report. And what I want to say is that Hanover is, I want to start by saying this. Hanover is a safe community. It's a caring community, and we are an engaged community. But what I will also say is that our community is changing. So according to my Stats Canada population, from my contact, our population is 8,503 people. That's our population. Our demographics are changing. We have people in our community that don't speak English. We are working with community members through translation apps. That's where our community is changing. We're also dealing with a larger population of people that require community supports, extra community supports. We have a noticeable transient population. We have people that are underhoused. And the communities around us continue to grow. We talk about our regional hub status, and we put that number at about 45,000 to 50,000 that we service. And because we service those people, they come into contact with the police. Our service consists of 15 full-time police officers, 4 part-time police officers, 1 full-time special constable, 1 part-time special constable, and they range in experience levels from 2 years. Devin Perdue is a 2-year member, to Deputy Chief Hebblethwaite, who's a 40-year member. We have a fleet of 5 police cruisers, and our building at 203 10th Street is nearing end of life. But it does continue to provide function for us at this time. The building was built in 1979. We took occupancy in 1980, and it's been our home for the last 43 years. We talk about what drives our work. And I say there's 5 or 6, I say 5 things with a bonus.
So what drives our work as police officers is drugs and substance misuse. That includes alcohol and drugs, even prescription medications. Mental health drives our work. Intimate partner and family violence drives our work. Homelessness and the underhoused, that drives our work. Poverty, people in poverty, that drives our work. And the bonus one is the regional hub status. Because I always say that bush lots and farmland don't drive police work, people drive police work. So the more people you have, the more police work you generate. In 2022, our calls for service were at 5,237. That was a 14% increase over 2021. The highest on record for our police service. Without reviewing the actual numbers of other municipalities in Grey Bruce, we suspect that our calls for service are one of the highest totals outside of the city of Owen Sound. A number we're not proud of, but it helps to show the work that we do, is that we processed almost 1,000 charges. Of those 1,000 charges, 712 were criminal offenses. This, I tell you, because it results in significant volumes of work. Many aspects of investigation, scene management, case management, Crown brief preparation, disclosure, report writing, and court proceedings. Our officers complete regular mobile patrols, foot patrols, and bike patrols. And although our crime rates remain higher than we would like, our solve rates are exceptional. The number of prisoners that we have at our police station, the lockup facility, over the last number of years has increased. And when you look at the annual report, in 2014, we had 166 lockups. We call them lockups, prisoners. And then in 2022, we had 290. We do refer to this as the revolving door of justice, and it is seen right across Canada. Our motor vehicle collisions remain consistent pretty much year over year, with the bulk of our collisions being reported as very minor in nature. A significant number of those collisions are on private property, such as parking lots. We only had 11 collisions in 2022 that involved injury and no fatalities. Those are good news stories. We do pride ourselves in having professional police contacts. Historically, we have very few public complaints. In fact, in 2022, we only had one registered OIPRD complaint. So that's a provincial agency that governs policing, police complaints against policing. We had one complaint in 2022. And you think about all the police contacts we have, from a general contact at a ride program, right through all the investigations, station walk-ins. We have significant public contacts with only one registered complaint. And like I mentioned, we're in a contentious business. So not everybody is happy with the decisions that we make and the work that we do. But having said that, we still only had one complaint. In 2022, we had no SIU investigations. So again, that's a good news story. With no SIU investigations, it just shows that the officers are using the appropriate levels of force and use force when they need to use them. And that threshold was never met to call the SIU. In 2022, we had 21 use of force reports completed, which is a legal requirement of our service. And when you consider the number of police contacts we have and the nature of our work, this is not an alarming number to me. We do have really strong community engagement, and the proof is in the numbers. And I suggest at some point you look at, I like to look at our suspicious person calls and our suspicious vehicle calls, because when you look at that over the years, those numbers go up. And to me, that tells me we have an engaged community. They see something that's not right, they do not hesitate to call us. That is a good thing. And we really do enjoy great relationships and partnerships with our community, our stakeholders, our community partners, town council, and the police services board. Our officers, when they first come here, some of the officers are new to the area and they can't believe that the car in front of them bought them a Tim Hortons sometimes. It's just, they cannot fathom that. They said, someone just bought me a coffee right in front of me. Do you believe that? I'm like, yes, I do. And you know what, even when you look at our youth engagement and the positive tickets that we hand out with our partnership with McDonald's, you know, we encourage our officers to catch kids doing good things. And some of the kids are maybe taking a little bit of advantage of the program because they're getting 2 and 3 and 4 tickets and they're saying, I still have my helmet on. I'm like, weren't you here last week? So we're having really good, positive, impactful relationships. And I know the work that we're doing is adding value to this community, which I'm very proud of and thankful for. I want to talk to you a little bit about the finances of our service. Thanks to Chris Walker, she helps me build that budget every year. But our costs for the most part have been contained over the last number of years. In fact, in 2022, we had a surplus of $47,586. And when you look at our costs, they've actually dropped over a period of time. They're starting to creep up now again, but when you look at the period from 2017 to 2021, the numbers actually came down. A good portion of that was because of the salary dollars and the benefits. We had junior people, but those people are starting to, you know, increase in rank and experience, and their wages are increasing as well. But on the flip side of that, when you look at that amount of time from 2027 or 2017 to 2021, there was significant savings in the budget during that period of time. Some of the more significant calls for 2022 was the bomb threat at the Hanover and District Hospital, the downtown rooming house fire. We did drive-by style shooting at a local motel where suspects were arrested in Ottawa. And we had a takeover style robbery with a firearm at a Hanover apartment where the suspects have been arrested here in 2023. So again, that's kind of high-level highlights of our annual report. I do want to thank council because with a strong council, strong police services board, it makes the work of the police easier. It makes the community safer. You do have an impact on the safety of our community, each and every one of you. I also want to recognize Chief Deniger for the work that he does. I can't say enough good about the fire department and the work that they did. And it was really highlighted on May 19th of 2022 when I worked alongside Jeff, Fire Chief Jeff and his team, and the tremendous work that they did saving our downtown. So kudos, Chief Jeff. And subject to any questions, that's our report.
Well, thanks, Chief. That fits in very well with the presentation about our strategic plan and communicating with our constituents. And people are very interested about the police, of course, you know, and the more we can share with them, the better it is. So thank you very much for the annual report. Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Chief, for the report. It's always amazing to see the amount of work that is completed in 1 year, and I always appreciate reading your annual report. I'm just wondering if you could provide some more detail about the crime prevention program that was rolled out. It talks about addressing crime through environmental design, I think with maybe some of our businesses.
Yes, I can speak to that. Excuse me, Jamie Ashton, who is a special constable with our service, she actually has taken that training. And as businesses and private residences want her services, she is able to go into their home, into their business, and make suggestions through the environmental design of that particular property to alleviate or reduce crime. I can give you some examples where she has spoken. She's actually working with the municipality on the security camera grant. So she speaks to everyone that applies for that grant, and she deals with them pays them a visit, makes sure that the cameras are operational, that they're capturing the things we want to see captured, and that the design of the property is safe and will reduce crime. She also works with commercial properties. So we have a significant problem with shoplifting. So there's been a number of businesses that have taken her up on her expertise to deal with reduction in shoplifting and things like that, robbery prevention, things like that. So it's the program, I would say, is still gaining traction. And I suspect that as the years go on, with people knowing that she has this training, that they will utilize her service. And I encourage everyone here to let your constituents know that she is available for that. So it's a good program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Chief, for your very extensive report. I was thoroughly impressed. This is my first time reading your annual report. I was amazed at the statistics and the information that you have in here. So thank you for all the work you've done to put in with this, and of course, Chris's help. So I do have a question about direction partnerships, what we will do during this business plan cycle. As a counselor on the Launchpad Board of Directors, you have a comment here, partner with Launchpad to provide programming to area youth. I wondered if you could speak to that at all.
So that's one of the goals that we have not accomplished as of yet. Is just with the staffing levels, we haven't been able to get to that particular piece yet, but that's still in the works.
I just wondered what your thoughts were about what you might do.
Okay, yeah. So the plan was, so part of the business planning process is we want to run some summer camps. We want to do some presentations, drop-ins with that program. And it's another way to engage youth. So I think, and the other thing is like everyone else, we're in a labor shortage right now. We don't have the numbers that are interested in policing that we did 25, 30 years ago. So anytime we have an opportunity to speak with youth, see if we can pique their interest, to me, that's a good thing.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other, Councillor Fleet?
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Chief, for your report. I'm a full supporter of local policing, and many of the residents I speak with, they're on board. Our biggest challenge is keeping the police budget affordable for our community and continue to support local policing. And I think that's very important to our residents and like all departments, people are struggling to, put food and pay their rent and mortgages. And I think it's very important that, we work as hard as we can to keep our budget in line. And my other question for you is, with a lot of the local emergencies closed, like let's use Durham as an example, their emergency is closed. They transfer a patient to our Emerge, and our hospital needs your support. It's not West Gray's police, it's Hanover support. So is that putting a lot of pressure on our police force?
Thank you for the question. And I would say, first of all, the first comment about budgets, we are very in tune to making sure that our budgets are in check. I'm a firm believer in that. And to me, you manage that budget like it's your own money, and that you put that money where it needs to be. You have to establish the needs and the wants and make sure that those are clear. So those are good concerns, and I appreciate those concerns. Secondly, as far as the extra pressures on our local hospital, we are seeing that because there is an extra need for police service. For example, the OPP, like you mentioned, West Gray, will drop patients off. They will get cleared by the hospital, but sometimes these people become frustrated with staff and they act out. And then it's us as the police service of jurisdiction that gets called to deal with that. So we have noticed an uptick in that work. I talked to Dana House, I'm going to say probably weekly. In fact, I had a conversation with her again this morning. We see them as a very important partner, and we want to work with them and their staff to make sure that they're safe. And the work obviously is increasing with these hospitals around us closing for sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chief Noel. It was a great read. Very, very interesting, very informative. Just a couple of quick questions about the safe public spaces category. You had said the increase of foot and bike patrol to a minimum of 15. I'm not sure where you were before that. And also the ride check numbers. Where were they previous to where you're headed to now?
So I will say the ride check numbers are down, and that is because of our reactive calls are up. So that's a proactive duty that is challenging to meet the numbers that we've had previously. But when you look at those 14%, when 14% of your call volume goes up and you have no more people to do the work, you push more calls for service on each officer. So I'm not pushing our officers in that regard because I know everyone is running at extremely high levels and high caseloads. So that is those numbers you will see in the report are down. I will say that we no longer track our foot and bike patrols. We used to require our officers to put in foot patrol and bike patrol occurrences each and every time they did that. But we did a review a few years back, and we looked at ways to reduce the report writing for our officers. Because when you think about your average work week, if you have 40 hours that you're assigned to work, there's only so much give. So when you're trying to when you increase your call volumes, something has to kind of give there. So what we've done is we've taken away the requirement to report on that. Having said that, I will say that we are with the officers all the time. We're a small service. We know what's being done and what's not. So for the most part, foot patrols are happening every shift for the most part. You will see us doing, well, you may not see us because sometimes 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, we are out checking doors. We still do that. In fact, I have been to a few calls myself where as we're checking doors, we walk right into the business. So we wake up the business owners at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning and say, we're inside your shop. You need to come down and make sure your facility is secure. The bike patrols, I would say, happen on a weekly basis. There is about 8 officers that are assigned to bike patrol. And when officers, when we have sufficient staffing to do so, you will see our officers in the parks, on the trails, and in the downtown on the bikes. In fact, we have utilized the bike patrol back in the industrial park on a few occasions for some directed patrols when we were having issues back in there with some success. So as much as we don't necessarily track it with a number, we know that that work is being done.
Thank you. And I know the community appreciates seeing you out there doing the bike and foot patrols. There's been a number of people that have mentioned that they like the visibility that you're providing.
For sure. Thank you.
Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chief, I just want to recognize your true leadership of our police force. I have the privilege of my first year sitting as a member on the Police Services Board. It's truly a learning experience. It's so gratifying to see your full team look after the safety of all of our residents. So on behalf of the citizens of the town of Hanover, thank you for looking after us and continued good health. And
thank you.
Okay, so I just want a final clarification. Access to this annual report, residents can reach it through this agenda, so they can reach it on our website. It will also be on the police website?
It will be on the police website tomorrow. So I've asked that I asked my people to stand down until it went to our council first, but it will be on the website tomorrow.
Okay, so thank you very much. The only thing I wish is MPP Rick Byers and MP Alex Ruff were not able to stay for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda. So we're on business arising from the minutes, and I am going to suggest that we take a break after item 10.2. We're going to push through and go through the strategic action plan and the fleet management report. So item 8.1, this is a notice of motion. It's from Councillor Dave Hawking, and it's about our Hanover Police Station. And I will let you highlight it, and I'm assuming you are going to move it. Councillor Hawking? Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's only fitting that my presentation.
Councillor Hawking, excuse me, I need a seconder.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Fleet, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. To my fellow colleagues, I just wanted to point out that this motion is directly related to goal number 1 of our strategic plan, which is safe and reliable infrastructure, which states build, maintain, and continuously improve our municipally owned properties, buildings, and equipment. If I could take a step back for my colleagues who are on their first term, in our last term of council, there was a motion by council to develop what was called an Emergency Service Facility Review Committee. And what it looked at was planning ahead for our 3 emergency facilities, which was our paramedic, our police, and our fire department. We established a committee of 1 counselor and representatives. Chief Denninger was on it, Chief Knoll was on it, former CBO Don Tedford was on it, and members of the public. And I have to be honest that we, at least I did, I thought we would come up with a glorious one facility which would house all of the different facilities, but of course that didn't work out, and it wasn't meant to work out. And so we'd set priorities, and the fire department became number 1 priority. And thanks to everyone's support, that is going to be a reality next year. Also in our review committee, we went through the facilities, and the paramedics said to us, we are good location next to the hospital, just leave us alone. We then also went through our police station and with Chief Knoll, and we did a review of the facilities to look at long-term and what needed to be done. Our report came back at that time that I consider a major renovation of the existing facility. Chief Knoll pointed out in his presentation, it's 43 years old, it's served us well, but in order to accommodate space, and also I have to point out, we've been stalling on a recommendation from the Attorney General, which is called, and the mayor mentioned it to me, it's the Sally Port. We do not have an adequate Sally Port in our current police station. And what is a Sally Port? When the police bring in a person, and he mentioned the number that have been put into the jail, there's not a safe mechanism to protect the constable as he's moving that person from the vehicle into the jail. So there's that was part of the recommendation, that we would identify this concern, the inclusion of the Sally Port. If you've been reading the report, we're building partnerships, we're working with social agencies, we're expanding the whole focus of policing within our town, and that requires more space. So we had a tentative sort of plan in place where we punch a bit out the back and put a bit in the front and add, and that sort of became our plan for police services. Definitely had to happen, but it was second in line behind the fire department because it was a higher priority. Well, since that time, our facility is experiencing additional, so I could say, burps or obstacles that make it apparent to me that, and it's, if I could use this, it's similar to what we did when we built the P&H Center. Do we renovate the old Coliseum, or do we build a new facility? And at the end of the day, it was going to cost us the same amount to renovate the Coliseum as it was to build a new one. And yet we had a 45-year-old building that we were renovating. Didn't make any sense. Well, similarly, the police station is at that same situation right now. Do we go ahead with our original plan that we had back 2020, renovate an old building that now has problems with its infrastructure that's only going to get worse? Or do we look at the fact that we need to look at building a new facility? So my motion, and I have skipped through most of the whereases, but I think I've contained it in that. At the last police board meeting, and we've discussed this at the police board meeting, the whole idea with the chief's input, that we think it's time, and I'm still not saying we're not going to look at a renovation, but we're going to look at developing the same sort of committee that we did with the fire department. We set up the individuals from the department, interested people from the public, members of the police services, probably a board member, a police services board member. In the last exercise we did, the CAO chaired the meeting and produced minutes. So my motion is, and I mentioned that goal number 1 of our strategic plan, which basically says, whereas the council of the town of Hanover is responsible to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents. Therefore, I move, or be it resolved, that the council of the town of Hanover direct staff to develop a terms of reference. So that would, if you pass this motion, we're saying to the staff, you come up with sort of how we're going to do this and establish a committee to investigate the feasibility of, first of all, do we renovate? Or secondly, do we construct a new facility? And please be reminded that when we did our first study in 2020, it's very important that the police services remain in a downtown location. That's where their priority of work is. And so if we look at a new facility, that new facility has to be in the downtown core. The advantage, and I'm probably shouldn't be saying this right now, but the advantage of a new facility is we could keep, as we did with the fire department, keep them operating in the old facility while we build a new facility, and it's an easy transition. It's kind of difficult to keep your day-to-day business when you're also renovating. Having said that, though, we will look at the alternatives, but what I'm asking for you tonight or this afternoon is your support to direct staff to set up a committee to investigate the feasibility, and that committee will then report back to you as a council with their findings, with their recommendations on January the 15th, 2024. And that's so the simple request is, would you grant us permission to set up a committee to investigate? And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hawking. Are there any questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Councillor Hawking, for bringing this motion forward. I think that it goes very well with the discussion that we've had around strategic planning and priorities and those kinds of things. And as Kelly had noted earlier in the public survey from residents, the top important government service that Hanover residents identified was police, fire, and emergency services. So certainly it is a priority. I think my worry stems from the number of items that are on the list in the strategic plan in that section. And I see that if we're going to prioritize items and look at what's doable in this term, given the available funds that we have, I do wonder if we need to look at removing something else from the list in order to help move that project forward for police. And so I do wonder if something around the option of an upgraded library might be something that would have to be deferred to a future term of council, given this project.
Counselor Hawking.
Yes, I don't think that's a decision we make right today. The only decision I'm asking for is we do a study and bring a report back to you in January. And maybe at that time, a discussion on our priorities would take place, but let us do our homework and come back with our report and go from there. Thanks.
Counselor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Counselor Hawking. I fully support this review. I think if we're going to have a facility review committee, I think it's very important that we have public involved in this committee, just not council and staff. I think it's very important that the public is involved with these decisions. So I would like to see some of our community involved with this project. So, thank you.
That's exactly what we did with the last committee. We had members from the public sitting on the review committee, and I totally endorse that, Councillor Fleet.
Okay, any Counselor Sacco?
Thank you, Counselor Hawking, for your motion. My question is, how do staff establish a committee? Do they put it in the newspaper, or what's the process for that?
Sherry?
Thank you, Your Worship. So typically a terms of reference would come back to council for approval, which outlines the complement of the committee. So it would address what Councillor Fleet has noted about who would be involved in that committee, what their role is, what they're going to accomplish when they're done. That would be described in the terms of reference. And then typically once that's approved, we would implement a public process for individuals, if it involves individuals from the public, that they could apply similar to our committees of council process, and then they are appointed as per mayor's recommendation.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor Hawking?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been chatting with CEO Sherry, and she indicated to me, and I don't want to rush the process, but she indicated that the terms of reference would come back at the September meeting.
So yes, there were some conversations around the notice of motion draft. I believe Dave had a date in there, and I suggested that we will attempt to have it for our September meeting. Obviously, there's a fair bit of work. I was involved with the P&H Center. Well, at that time, the Hanover Coliseum work, not directly on that facility side. And that was maybe a little bit different scenario, different kind of bigger facility, but there's a lot of to-dos to check off and to make sure we do our proper investigation. And therefore, we've got an aggressive timeline here to bring something back by January 15th. But the first step is that terms of reference for the committee accordingly.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. And Deputy Mayor Dickert will be able to thank you, Deputy Mayor. He's back on. He declared on that one. So now moving on, item 9, council and committee of the whole minutes, 9.1. This is the regular council meeting minutes from July the 17th. I need a mover and seconder to put those on the floor. Councillor Sacco and Councillor Fleet. You'll remember at that meeting we had the BDO Canada was here giving us the audited financial statements for December 31st, 2022. We also had the results of the feasibility study for a splash pad, and the Center of Excellence report was presented by Plural. And we approved for our municipal website redesign Up and Up Studios Incorporated. And we appointed Jordan Whitmore as our Deputy Chief Building Official and Property Standards Officer. Any questions about those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Item 9.2 is the Audit Committee minutes from July 17th. And that was when Barry Heaney and Kevin Tremble from BDO Canada presented the audited financial statements to us. All those in favor of those adopting those minutes that, oh, wait,
Mover.
I didn't get a mover and a seconder.
Rushing things, Mayor Sue.
I am rushing. I'll take Councillor Hawking to move it and Councillor Sacco. Okay, all those in favor now? That's carried. Thanks. All right, so now we're on to staff reports. Item 10. This is report CAO 1023. The subject is the strategic action plan for 2023 to 2027, the final report. It's from our CAO, Sherry Walden, and I need a mover and seconder to put that report on the floor before discussion. Councillor Hudson and Councillor Hawking. Sherry?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Kelly and Andy for sticking with us tonight and remaining for this part of the report. So the recommendation before you is that the report CAO 10-23 Strategic Action Plan 2023 to 2027 final report be received, and that council approve the Strategic Action Plan 2023 to 2027 as detailed in the final report prepared by Linton Consulting Services. So I'm going to briefly, just for our listening public, just indicate that at our March 20th meeting, that council provided direction to staff to hire Linton Consulting Services to complete our strategic plan. And that included the 3 phases of work, which was a launch and background research, as well as the engagement that was a community engagement that was outlined during the delegation, and then building the strategic plan. So that's where we are tonight. As noted in the delegation, this process has included a collaborative approach with leadership team members from council and senior management team providing one-on-one interviews, as well as working involved in 2 working groups, our citizen questionnaire with 457 responses, our staff questionnaire with 52 responses, and then our 3 focus groups with 31 participants. And we've had 3 strategic plans since 2010. And this process and this final document is really our work as the senior management team and council of what we need to accomplish, or what we will strive to accomplish over this term of council. So Kelly and Andy provided that overview during tonight's delegation. And the plan that's attached to this report is a result of council and staff and community input. And as was noted, this final plan is action-oriented. It's detailed in clear and simple language with the goals and strategic priorities with the town's sphere of influence. That's really key. It's things that we have the ability to influence. I just want to note to council that how we got to this final report was after our second working group, through communications from Linton Consulting. Myself and senior management team had an opportunity to review the draft goals and the action statements. And we had that opportunity to provide input on what we felt was applicable timing. And that's the timing that's provided in brackets, as well as the actual action plan, action goal statements themselves. So we have had a good opportunity from staff to provide that input on what we feel is that we can strive to achieve based on what else we have going on our plates, so to speak. So as Kelly noted, there are the 5 goals. Again, I'm not going to go over them in detail, but they're safe and reliable infrastructure. They're a healthy and welcoming community, strong and vibrant economy, balanced growth, and open and responsible government, each with their own statement. And then there's, as I noted, there's over 50 actions that are detailed within those goal statements. And there were a number of highlights in the delegation, and there is a number of those, and they've basically been repeated here in this body of this report. So just to bring an example of some of them, it's create 5-year and 10-year capital forecasts. It talks about building a new fire hall. It talks about deciding what we're going to do with the existing fire hall property. It talks about creating an environmental advisory committee, designing and building a splash pad, strengthening the launch pad program, encouraging a revitalization of our brownfield properties and downtown action plan, improving our town website, hosting various communication opportunities such as town hall meetings, complete an organizational review. So again, those are just some highlights, but they are detailed in the report. So as noted, the next steps, provided council approves the final report that's been attached to the report, then Linton Consulting will create a product, a document that is readable by the entire community, and that would be completed by the end of August. At that point, management team will get to work to assess the plan's content and establish those implementation steps, as well as the required staff and financial resources needed to implement those priorities. And then the progress tracker that was mentioned will be implemented to monitor and track progress. This final report is definitely a combination of engaged input and commitment by council, by our staff, by our residents and our stakeholders. And certainly it's reflective of the professional and engaged process implemented by Linton Consulting Services staff. At this time, there are no financial implications of this report, but you can appreciate that those will come forward as the recommendations move towards implementation, and they'll be included for council's consideration at that time. So again, the recommendation I mentioned at the beginning, I'm not going to repeat that because it is included in your report. I would just add that this is a very aggressive plan. It's a very aggressive final report. Of those over 50 actions, I counted that 33 of them are slated to happen in 2024. That's 56%. There's another 17 in 2025. That's 29%. So council and our leadership team of our senior management team have our work cut out for us over the next couple of years for sure, but throughout the term of council. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Sherry. Questions, Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regard to the 56 actions, most of them in going through them do have doable action-oriented goals in mind. The only one that concerns me is I believe it's about 7 down, encourage more affordable housing options. Encourage doesn't really tell me what the doable action is going to be with that.
Can you just reference which goal and objective number that's under? Oh, so it's within, it's, okay, right.
56 actions, it's 4, 3, 4, 5, 7 down.
Right. Right. So within the body of the report is what you're referring to, Councillor Hudson. So within the actual final report, I think that's important to refer to the final report. And sometimes with our strategic actions, we try to be as specific as possible to provide what does that mean we are going to do. With some, though, they are broader in context, and that will evolve with what those actions are. But certainly through our development plans that we maybe will see, that's an opportunity to encourage that scope of housing options. And then any opportunities that we have through the county to provide that kind of input would be another example of work that we can do.
So it's not taking into consideration partnerships then with different community groups or anything like that?
Well, certainly that would be a component as well. Again, sometimes with the strategic actions, yes, they try to be as specific as possible, but some of them need to come together some more. And those opportunities that present themselves, such as a partnership, would be something that would fall into that as well.
Great. I just wanted to have a little clarification. Thank you.
Okay, I see Deputy Mayor Dickert online.
Your worship, and thank you, Sherry. Actually, it's the same section that Councillor Hudson was just talking about on page 134, where we talk about hotel banquet facility. And maybe we said it and I don't remember it, but why are we specifying on town land? Could, if someone was, we could be supportive of that project if it was on privately owned land too, could we not?
Deputy Mayor, can you repeat what item that was? I didn't hear it.
It's on page 134 under the 56 actions, same area as what Councillor Hudson was asking about. And it's halfway down in that group of where it says in the bullet point, it says move forward with a plan for a hotel banquet facility on town-owned land. And I'm just questioning why we're specifying town-owned land. I'm suggesting we would be supportive of, it's not questioning whether we support that concept. It's just, do we have to be specific and say town-owned land?
So I'm going to refer to council to page 152, which includes the final report. Okay, so if you turn to 152 of the council report or council package, I should say, we are getting into the body of the strategic plan final report. And if you look to 3.4 and B, and that specifically talks about this specific. And again, this recommendation or this action plan is a general summary of the more detailed action that's included in the plan. And it specifically speaks to restarting those discussions. While we've had some in the past, it is encouraging us to restart those discussions with the Agricultural Society in regards to the hotel banquet facility on the town-owned racetrack land. That being said, should a development come about or be proposed for private property, I don't think we'd be in a position to be saying, no, we're not interested in that based on the fact that town-owned land is noted.
And then that was my question exactly. So I just, as long as we're not, well, you know, when we come to our scorecard and it says town-owned land in there, we're supportive of the banquet hotel facility. That doesn't have to be on town-owned land to be successful at that item. I guess that's the point I'm trying to.
I would say that would be correct, Deputy Mayor Dickard.
So I don't know whether there's enough. When you're looking at page 154, that's, you know, maybe, like I said, it starts us down that path, but it may be something we would, you know, we might still pursue it, but if someone else was doing it, I would like to think that, you know, we were successful in attracting that facility to our town, whether it's on town-owned land or not.
Kelly, did you want to comment?
Yeah, through you, your worship, to Councillor Dickard. Yeah, I think Sherry answered it really well. We want to be as specific as possible. So what came out of this session was a potential opportunity on town-owned land. So in the recommendation there, we wanted to make sure that we were specific so that staff had direction to pursue what is a potential opportunity on town-owned land. And so that provides the direction that staff required to go down that path. And I think if you look at all the action items that you have in the strategic action plan, we're trying to be as specific as possible so that it's not kind of a conceptual, yeah, look into this somewhere. So I think the reason that we use town-owned land, and you know, you have to be comfortable, it's your plan, you have to be comfortable with the vocabulary that we use, but we wanted it to be specific to an opportunity that the group identified as part of our strategic planning session.
Deputy Mayor, you're.
Yeah, and I understand that concept, and I agree it's something we want to make sure we action. But you know, it just seems kind of constrictive to say that it has to be town-owned land. And I'm not trying, you know, there's a big document. I don't want to spend a lot of time on minor little detail here because I'm sure everybody would be quite happy as long as we're successful with that venture. And you know, making sure it's in there is important. I just didn't want to eliminate an option of being successful. That's my comments.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few wonderings. I'll start with the one that's closest related to Deputy Mayor Dickard's point. For item 3.4B, I guess I would just like clarification on what we're hoping to engage the architect to produce. Because if we're hoping that the architect is going to produce a design for a hotel and banquet hall facility, I don't think it's appropriate for council to move forward with that recommendation, given the fact that the Agricultural Society is currently in the process of recruiting its own architect to move forward with the banquet hall facility. And so I would hate to see that we delay the Agricultural Society in their work to establish a banquet hall facility in hopes of trying to get a hotel developer on board. Because I feel like that could be further down the road than what they're hoping to do. And so I would definitely support us engaging an architect to produce a high level design for a hotel in partnership with the Agricultural Society's banquet hall. That I would support, but I would not support us trying to intervene in order to delay their project.
So this recommendation isn't intended to intervene the work that the Ag Society has already undertaken or currently going to be doing. Anything that we would do, it would be conceptual in nature. So it might, the first thing here is we need to restart the discussions. That's exactly the first thing that it states here. We need to restart those discussions to the Ag Society, or with the Ag Society, I should say, and see if they're at all interested in that. And you as our council representative will play a role with that, I would expect. If they're in fact interested, then we need to talk about what does that higher level or broader level concept possibly look like. So it's not necessarily going to restrict or stall them from doing things, but is there some complementary opportunity that we may have to have further discussions if they're in fact interested in restarting those in the beginning.
Okay, so just to clarify, so we're hoping that those discussions would revolve around the opportunity to partner with the banquet hall that they're going to produce in the hopes of attracting a hotel that would be on that site, but not to look at a combined hotel and banquet hall facility.
You are correct.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple other items. The other one pertains to goal 2.2E. 2.2 talks about expanding opportunities for healthy living, recreation, and culture. E has complete neighborhood park renewal projects for summer 2024. And I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to be a little bit more specific, since we have done a lot of work with our neighborhood park renewal projects in the past couple of years. And perhaps we could specify that the neighborhood park renewal project for summer 2024 would be Connect Park on 21st Ave, since that's the only remaining neighborhood park renewal project outstanding.
So I understand, Councillor Cable, your need to be very specific there. And through the Parks, Recreation and Culture Department, as you're aware, there is a the Parks Assessment process was done. And so that's the renewal that Laura and her team have been working to implement. So I would suggest that detail is somewhat available to us already through those reports. It would be through Laura and her team, as well as input from the PRC Advisory Committee that could then deem what those, if it's Connect or what it may be. I'm not so sure we need to be as specific here, but certainly if you felt that there was a need to be that more specific, then the option is that you would have to, or through this process, you would provide an amendment, that there be some type of amendment occur, and then that would be approved by council accordingly. But I think we've got the tools to be able to have those specifics with information that's already been developed or that we're currently working on.
Thank you. Item 2.2B says to work with Grey County to enhance the active transportation network and improve the in-town network of pathways and walkways. And I guess I would like to propose an amendment that item say, work with Grey County to enhance the active transportation network and improve the in-town network of pathways, walkways, trails, and bike routes. Just so that it's very clear and fits better with Grey County's cycling master plan, which council has already adopted, as well as our trail work being completed on the east end and the south line. I think that for residents, they're going to more resonate with the phrasing around trails as opposed to pathways. And so I wonder if we could adopt just including trails and bike routes into 2.2B.
So the only comment that I would say is, that's a fairly minor type of edit. Essentially, though, from an active transportation network process, it's really the Grey County's plan that includes not just their roads, but they've got that active transportation suggested network within town as well. So when we say active transportation network and Grey County to enhance, that would be including those bike routes that they've maybe established through their plan within our town roadways as such.
Go ahead, Councillor Cable. You still want the amendment or?
Still like the
Okay.
amendment, yes.
Continue?
I think that will be all.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. And going back, when Kelly's report earlier with the strategic plan and then Councillor Hawkins' motion for a new police station, which is going to probably become a pretty high priority. I'm just wondering, where do we put this in the strategic plan?
It's
going to become maybe a higher priority.
So if you turn to page 148, and it is number 1.2E, it talks about exploring options and costs for upgraded police facility. Council decision on moving forward with preferred option is winter 2024. That's like 8 months away. So I'm not sure what higher priority you would suggest.
Well, just the facility in the shape it's in, what if all of a sudden we need to look at something immediately?
So through you, Your Worship, so you've approved a notice of motion this evening that will start that process with the intent that we bring a report back for January 2024. That's the start of the process. And then, as you can appreciate, Councillor Fleet, that, building a new facility takes time. There's a design that needs to be considered, et cetera, et cetera. If there's needs at the Hanover Police Station that are repair related, that are needed to ensure the safe function of that facility, then Chief Knoll is going to have to include that in his operational budget accordingly. No different than any of our facilities. If a critical need came up that a repair had to happen, then we're going to have to go ahead and repair it just to ensure that that facility can continue to function.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Dickard, I see your hand is raised.
Wanted to make you aware I was removing myself from that conversation based on my earlier declaration.
Good catch. Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make some comment on the timeline of goal 2.4B. In 2.4A, we're talking about developing a welcoming community plan. And then and that's happening fall 2025. And then following that in B, work with the Hanover Public Library to create a newcomer resource hub and share newcomer welcome packages. And then that is not happening until winter 2026. The two of them seem to go together hand in hand. So I'm just wondering why we're waiting another year for that.
Sorry, one is fall 2025. So that was 2.4A, correct? Councillor
Correct.
Hudson? And then the other one's winter 2026.
Correct.
So those follow each other really and truly. Fall 2025 is the end of the year and winter 2026 would be the start.
Would be
of the new year.
January?
Yes, yes.
Not the following.
No,
December.
That would be December 2026. So I think, again, these are projected timelines. And, if you think winter is kind of that January, February, March for that matter, and then spring would be April, May, June, summer, et cetera.
So fall
It's almost
2025 would be September of 25. Winter of 26 would be December of 26. That's how
Yeah.
that reads. So I'm just wondering if we can put the 2.4B into fall 2025, so they follow each other.
that's the intent of the way those dates are correctly, really and truly.
I have one other question. 3.2. Enhancing the downtown experience for residents and visitors. Pardon me. So we talk about an action-oriented downtown plan, winter, depending on what month we're talking, 2025. Enhanced schedule of downtown events and initiatives, again, summer 2025. And yet in 3.2C, we're talking about a washroom in spring of 2026. So we're doing all of these enhancements, again, without the washroom that everyone's been talking about now for probably 6 to 10 years. So can we be changing that at all?
So again, if you wish to make amendments, they would be as suggested as was mentioned before. You would have to make an amendment. It would be motioned and approved by council accordingly. The way I interpret A and B is that you are exploring and creating those plans and those actions. It's not necessarily that you're implementing at that point in time. You're creating the plans. So then the washroom would follow shortly thereafter. So, you know, like A, you're developing and establish a plan with those key stakeholders. And then B, you're exploring what are those options in the downtown plan to include opportunities for those enhanced downtown initiatives that may include Heritage Square or increasing our event development fund as an example. And then you're looking to the washroom development opportunity.
And I do understand where you're coming from there, but I do think that this has been deferred for a very long time. And if you speak to the community, this is a priority for them. So I would like to make an amendment on this.
So this is the first time a washroom has been in our strategic plan. So it's in the plan and it's identified with a date. You certainly can make that suggestion for an amendment, but it is the first time. We may have heard it through comments or suggestions, but it's never been identified as a strategic priority until this point in time in this document.
And I would still like to make an amendment.
Okay, so your amendment is? Give me some.
The amendment would be to include it into the 2025 year so that it's going along with 3.2A and 3.2B.
So Sherry, you're.
I guess through you, your worship, I would just clarify with Councillor Hudson, are you thinking fall 2025? Are you thinking summer 2025? What's your amended suggestion?
Again, that would depend on what month we're talking, that fall and winter is. So if we are talking summer for 3.2B and winter for 3.2A, let's say fall of 2025.
Okay, Sherry.
Yep, so I have noted then that there would be an amendment to 3.2C, which would be fall 2025. And then I want to make sure I caught Councillor Cable's, which was, sorry, I just want to go back there. So that's 2.2 B on page 149, which would include improve the in-town network of pathways, walkways, bike routes, was it? Sorry, trails and bike routes. Okay, perfect. I should have said to Clerk Vicky that. What were your notes? Okay.
All right, anything further? Councillor Cable.
This one's very minor, your worship, but I do wonder just while we're finalizing this report. Section 1.2 has quite a few items in it. where it's talking about optimizing the delivery of essential services, including our facilities and our equipment. And there's quite a list of items in 1.2. And in particular, I just wonder, as a very small amendment, if we could move item G, which talks specifically about parking in the downtown, if we could realign that to fall under item 3.2, which is all about enhancing the downtown experience, just so that for those that are reading the report, they can see that there's 4 things that we're directly doing for the downtown: A, B, C, and then D would be the parking enforcement.
Sherry?
Certainly, there's an opportunity to do that if council feels that there's a need to do that. And again, the reason it is in this area is it deals mostly with it being a service that we provide and a piece of infrastructure. So it aligns, you know, there are those objectives that may align well in a number of areas. And obviously through our consultants, they felt it aligned here. I don't know whether Kelly has any further details, or it doesn't matter, or doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's all for you, Councillor Cable. Okay, Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at page 155, 5.4, providing the positive working environment while recognizing excellence among our employees. 5.4B, conduct salary, benefits, and market review. And I think we had at a previous council meeting, or perhaps it was during our sessions with the consultants, talked about at that time, including in the salary review, the elected officials as well. I think that was perhaps brought forth by Councillor Cable.
I believe, through you, Your Worship.
Yes.
I believe Melissa's online, correct, Melissa? Yes, she is. Thank you. I'm not, again, I believe the council piece is through a community committee that's been established. And then that's how those recommendations happen for wages. And then council receives the same remuneration increases on an annual basis as staff does. But maybe Melissa can offer some further insight there.
Hi, Melissa.
Hello, Mayor Sue. Through you, Your Worship. So the previous salary and benefits market review that we did internally did focus just on the non-union staff. As Sherry mentioned, the previous one related to council had been completed by a separate committee. So that was the direction that was determined at that time. There's opportunity to consider including council if that's the direction. Last time we did bring forth a terms of reference kind of for the project scope for our salary and benefits market review. So if that's something that council wished to include, it could be considered. Just being mindful of any nuances that might be important as per the previous committee and what their direction was for council remuneration.
Go ahead.
So just to add to that process, thank you, Melissa, is that there would be an opportunity when we do that scope of work, but council could add that at that time.
And I can comment, typically a committee is formed usually in the last year of the term, so that when this council makes the decision on remuneration, you are not making the decision for your own, you are making it for future councils. And that is happening with County Council right now, Grey County Council. That will happen in 2025. But we can include that as a direction that it be reviewed. Councillor Cable?
I wonder, and perhaps Melissa would be able to provide some thoughts on this, but just because I know that we didn't do it in 2022, right? So we kind of missed the boat on that. So I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to in the future align the salary and benefit market review with the end of the council term, so that it's always coming in that cycle, right? So that future councils don't have to always come back and create a motion to have their salary reviewed for the future. If there's a way that we could just adjust the process.
And Grey County Council is similar. Deputy Mayor, do you remember what year it was since it was reviewed at county? It's been quite a few years.
I believe they said it was 2013, if I recall correctly. It's almost 10 years since they did that review.
It's always difficult to make a decision with your own remuneration. So, but I am in agreement that we should be kept up to date with our comparators so that future councils don't have to make a decision that is a big jump to get everybody up on the same level. So, Melissa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just did a quick check. So previously we conducted our survey, the last one for non-union in 2021. And ultimately our goal is to complete those every 4 years is what council established in our policy, which would align very well with the 2025 to incorporate everything at the same time.
So I'll ask Sherry, do we need to include that in the strategic plan, or is it something that we can do every third year of the term?
I would suggest it's something you can do every third year of the term.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Hudson? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Any further comments, questions? None online. So I'm going to ask if everyone is in favor. I've got all my notes mixed up now of the strategic report from Sherry. CAO 1023 with 3 amendments. And I'll ask the clerk if she wants to share those amendments or everybody's aware of them. You're all right? Councillor Cable? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so one more report, then we'll take a break. So 10.2. We have, just give me 1 second here. And I will say again, Kelly and Andy, thank you very much. Item 10.2 is report DCS 13-23. The subject is fleet management, light fleet vehicles. It's from our department heads, and we'll start with Chris Walker, our Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer, but I need a mover and seconder to put it on the floor before we go ahead. Councillor Cable and Councillor Sacco. Chris?
Thank you, Your Worship. So just a little background on the town currently manages its fleet vehicles internally and incurs a variety of routine and non-routine costs within the 10+ year ownership period. An opportunity to work with enterprise utilizing a different approach to fleet management has been considered. Nathan presented earlier this evening, so I'm not going to go into all the details that he had done. It's a group buying program that allows municipalities to leverage their buying power to access high quality and competitive price goods and services. Enterprise would lease vehicles to the town and track usage, ensuring the most cost-effective hold period for every vehicle. This is an open-ended lease program for light-duty vehicles, which includes vehicle analysis, acquisition, outfitting, maintenance programs, and vehicle sale. The program completes ongoing evaluations to identify opportunities to improve our fleet and any related service levels based on our municipal needs. This program would change our approach to asset management. The vehicles would no longer be treated as town-owned assets, but rather as an annual fleet lease where long-term viable vehicle costs are avoided. This minimizes the town taking on ownership costs for older vehicles and potential safety, maintenance, and care costs that are associated with aging assets. The unique benefits of this program is its competitive bid process by enterprise ensures our group buying power and lower costs, achieving higher resale value of our assets. The elimination of tender processes means quicker purchasing and less administrative work for staff. Replacement of vehicles according to full life cycle costs of the asset, reduction in repairs and maintenance over the life of the asset, access to industry data and analytics regarding total cost of ownership for vehicle types and brands, better tracking mechanisms for our own fleet regarding total cost ownership. And again, it addresses those 2 significant concerns commonly associated with leasing vehicles. So we don't have to worry about any kilometers and any damage. At the end of the term, it's an equity lease, which means it's still our vehicles. And as he said, the residual, anything that's owing would go back to them after the sale the money comes back to the town. Whereas if you as a person was renting somebody or leasing from a company, at the end of your lease, you give it back, you lose anything else. We actually get the equity in this one. So remember, this is an equity-based one. Council may recall back in 2002 that our Parks, Recreation and Culture vehicle, which Nathan presented to you, is that 2019 vehicle. We had a 2001 one-ton vehicle that was originally Public Works, again, was transferred to Parks and Recreation, already 14 years old. The vehicle then required upgrades in 2015 just to keep it on the road. It was proposed to be replaced in 2020. It was then subsequently deferred to 2022. And then in 2022, it was again suggested for deferral. However, at council budget time, we may remember council suggested, because of its age, that we use the TCA reserve fund to cover the costs. So in 2022, despite completing the request for proposal twice, we had no suitable bids were submitted. The decision was made to replace the one-ton with a used 2019 three-quarter ton vehicle, and it still costs us $62,000 that had over 70-some thousand kilometers on it. Very expensive, but it's something that was required, and we still did not get the one-ton that we required with the dump box. So our existing fleet is managed in-house by the respective department heads, as we do not have a dedicated fleet manager. Replacements and additions are recommended to council based on our most pressing need and budget limitations. We perform preventative maintenance in-house where possible and send vehicles to our local mechanics for other issues. Due to the relatively old age of our fleet, unexpected expenses are incurred for major repairs on vehicles beyond our control. To qualify for the enterprise program, we need a minimum of 20 vehicles. We currently have 18. That's including the 5 vehicles with the police. And for several years, we have identified a minimum of another 4 vehicles that are required for our fleet just for the services that we currently provide. Due to the capital budget constraints, the new additions to the fleet have never occurred as required. So currently we have several staff that are utilizing their own private vehicles and receiving mileage for this. This is a high-risk management factor for our insurance purposes to ensure that their personal vehicle coverage has been disclosed for business use, as their insurance would be the first should any accident occur. The town faces a serious liability exposure in the probability that the employee's insurer denies any claim based on non-disclosure of a material fact because the employee was acting under the direction of the town as its agent. If we enter into an agreement with Enterprise, it will allow our municipality to shift from a reactive approach to vehicle replacement to a proactive approach. Local businesses will still be used to perform maintenance as required. Effective vehicle life cycle identifies the optimal time to replace. It is based on the premise that depreciation is the highest cost for a newer vehicle, but declines over time. Fuel and maintenance increases in the later years of a vehicle's life. There's an optimal time to replace for every vehicle where we can achieve the highest resale value for the existing asset while minimizing the operational costs over the entire life of the vehicle. Several other municipalities are already using this program, and it presents itself as the most cost-effective, safe, and reliable approach to fleet management. Several of these municipalities actually have a fleet manager and still are going through Enterprise to look after their light fleet. With the shift in fleet management, we can properly track fuel usage and improve our fuel efficiency. Again, a newer, cleaner burning technology keeps our greenhouse gases down and keeps us in that direction of climate change that we're all looking to do. It is anticipated that in 2 to 3 years, when electric vehicle supply and the infrastructure to accommodate this technology is more readily available, we'll be in a position to take advantage of this newer technology, whether it be hybrid or totally electric. An open-ended equity lease provides a cash flow option for the municipality whereby the vehicle is financed over 5 years. It allows the municipality to leverage the equity of our fleet and replace our older vehicles faster. After we had an analysis of the fleet and transition timelines, Enterprise recommended, as Nathan had mentioned in his delegation, about a program over a 5-year time period. Should council authorize the town to enter into agreement, the next steps would be to enter a master equity vehicle list, which opens our account with Enterprise. We would have a full maintenance agreement, maintenance program on our new vehicles, just on the new ones. And then we'd also have a maintenance management agreement that allows Enterprise to manage our existing vehicles. And should they need major repairs at that point, we could then look at upgrading them at that time. They will also tell you whether it's worth getting that done or stop. Let's get a new vehicle in there because this is not conducive to what's best for the municipality. How does enterprise make its money? Actually, it earns its revenue in three ways. They basically mark up the vehicle by $725, which is pretty good through the enterprise LES program. Normally, it's a 4% markup. They use it through the account management fee. So basically, based on the invoice of the vehicle, they get 0.15%. So I've given you a breakdown there. After we do all 22 vehicles, we would pay about $21,700 to have an enterprise fleet manager team look after all our services and our maintenance, and we would not have to hire a full-time fleet manager. And we wouldn't have to purchase any software to keep track of all this. It's already part of all that. And they would also receive a $495 fee when they go to resell the vehicle. Keep in mind, currently we go to GovDeals and do it ourselves, and we pay them a 7% fee. So this $495 is a very decent price. All these expenses that enterprise would earn its revenue from is built right into our 5-year lease cost. So it's nothing over and above. Once you get that lease cost, that is what you're paying for 5 years. The benefits to that is that we now can put it in our budget and we know exactly what it's going to be for the next 5 years. None of this up and down, other than obviously fuel costs. But newer vehicles should take less fuel because you have better mileage. The benefits, we had a comparison of 20 vehicles as shown by enterprise to show the differences. And there was a possibility of approximately $7,400 a year on average over 10 years. It's not a lot of money, but it still saves a lot of money in the end because you're actually having vehicles that are newer. 5 years is the oldest it will be. Right now, we have a 2002 and a 2006 that needs to be replaced. That's pretty old. The only reason we have an average of 8 years is because the police have been able to replace their vehicles over the last 5 years every year. And that's what's keeping it down to the 8 years. Just so you're aware. Our expected annual costs can be better budgeted for in reallocation of any vehicle capital to the operations budget. Less staff time required for purchasing, maintaining, and budgeting for vehicle capital acquisitions. And there's a built-in dedicated fleet team through the partnership with Enterprise. In addition to these quantitative savings, there are numerous qualitative, including safer, more reliable vehicles for staff, reduced risk to operator, significantly reduced downtime, maintaining expected levels of service, which is part of our asset management plan, additional vehicles to meet our service requirement deliveries and eliminate the insurance liability exposure with personal vehicle use, better vehicle analytics, ensure our fleet stays on the best technology wave, capability to adapt fleet to new technology rapidly, and improved environmental footprint. There is no direct impact to our 2023 finances. If there would be, it would be very minimal because it's based on the approval for this fleet going forward with Enterprise. They then would have to put in a request for the vehicles. It's usually a 5 to 6 month. If we're lucky, it could go by early as December. So we'd have maybe 1 month of actual lease payments that would be required, but we highly doubt that. As I mentioned, 2 of these existing vehicles to replace are a higher expense. The fire vehicle is a 2002 model and the Works 1-ton 2006 model. Both of these are going to require extra, what do you call, aftermarket prices. So the 1-ton will require a dump box. The Parks and Rec also require a 1-ton, which they couldn't get in 2002. As you noticed, we could only get a 3/4 ton, and they still didn't get a dump box for that. So that's an additional cost. And the fire vehicle, I forget what they call it, a space cap, is required so that you can pull stuff in and out. Keep in mind that that space cap can be moved from one vehicle to another. So in 5 years, we would not have the aftermarket for that. It can be removed to another vehicle if required. And we're also, in addition to these existing 4 vehicles, we're looking at 2 new vehicles and one for the building department. It has no vehicles, so they're both using their own vehicles to go out on sites to check inspections and stuff, which is a high cost for the municipality and to them for their insurance purposes. The town lease costs would be included in the upcoming 2024 operational budgets and would be increased over the next 4 years until such time as all the vehicles have transitioned to the lease system. It's basically a transfer from the capital fund to the operations. So if you look at our asset management plan, our current annual replacement costs required for our current 18 flight vehicles is $291,000 a year. And that is with the assumption that our vehicles will last 10 years and incur higher maintenance costs in years 6 to 10. This means the town should either be using this amount in capital yearly to purchase vehicles and or putting these monies aside annually in a reserve fund for future vehicle capitals. Currently, our vehicles are underfunded. We are short 4 vehicles for our requirements, and we provide approximately only $120,000 per year. 60,000 of that goes to the police every year, 60,000 for the town to work on 1 vehicle out of the rest of the 13 that we have. This shortfall is $171,000 less than our annual requirement as per our asset management plan. With this leasing option, we have the opportunity to add 4 fleet vehicles over the next few years to reflect our current level of services. Replacement vehicles will be at the optimal time, and maintenance for all light vehicles will be less versus our current practices. The recommendation is that council approve the proposed changes to the town's fleet management approach and authorize staff to enter into an agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management for all town of Hanover light fleet vehicles. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. No, it was good. Okay, questions or comments? Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Chris, for the report. I'm just looking at page 191 of our council package. It's page 5 of the enterprise management report. It has the chart at the bottom showing our current cost. So currently it looks like we spend $210,000 on the fleet with everything included, and then it gives the 10-year overview. How would you propose then going forward that we're going to budget for this? Like, are we just taking the average of every 5 years and that's the amount that we would kind of set aside every year? Because we know that it's still fluctuating between 210, 138, 164. What are we proposing for ongoing budgeting?
Well, over those 5 years, we'd be putting a minimum of $120,000 in over the 5 years. So we'd be putting in over $600,000 in 5 years. The fleet itself will not even be $600,000 in the 5-year period of time. And that will become a set fee that we pay as, where's his, the 20? Where was the 20 vehicle one? I think that was on my report, wasn't it? His 20 vehicles was $209,000 a year. So that's basically what you'd be paying for your actual lease on a yearly basis. Now that's assuming every vehicle is a light vehicle and they're all the same, comparing apple to an apple. There will be aftermarket costs, so that will cost a little bit more, but then that would be also more that we would have to cover. If we were to pay for the fire vehicle just by itself in 2024, it would be close to $96,000 with the space cap and the vehicle. For every police vehicle, it's another 55,000, say, for the vehicle itself, another 30-some thousand just for the aftermarket. So you have to make sure that those costs constantly every year. With that 80,000, we can get a regular light vehicle for about $12,000 to $13,000 at least. So we can get 5 or 6 vehicles a year. So we can do that. Yes, it's going to be a little bit more money, but as your operations continue, it's going to be a slow incline like that. And at the end of the 5 years, we're used to having that same amount come out every year. And there should be no major issues unless you add additional vehicles. We are suggesting that we add 1 vehicle in 2025 and another vehicle in 2026 to get us to that 4 that we require and not do it all at one time. So in 5 years, we'll get to the point where our lease is always the same. Again, every year they could go up slightly depending on aftermarket costs. That's what we're suggesting to do that. And then there would be no cost. Keep in mind, you're not going to get that $120,000 in that you're taking from the capital and putting to operations to go back in the capital. That's gone. The 120 is gone because we need that money as part of our lease as your operation side. But I see it over 5 years that the $120,000 that we would be putting away each year over the next 5 years will now be dedicated towards the operation side, and then that will stay stable for the next years thereafter. Hopefully that explains that a bit.
No, I appreciate it. And as far as the extra equipment, right? So for the fire pickup truck that needs the extra equipment put onto it. So you're saying that could then be moved to a future vehicle because so currently we would have purchased that 20 years ago and it kind of stays with that vehicle. Now we're going to be turning it over every 5 years. So is it like every 5 years we would have that extra $30,000 expense, or we're saying that we can just keep moving that equipment from truck to truck to truck?
I would think that space cap probably only work for 10 years straight. And then after that, because I think when we were speaking with Chief Noel, if he's here, that every year the equipment that goes on a police vehicle is not compatible for the next years going forward. So it's basically part of the actual cost of doing the business for that one. But in the case of the fire department, that space cap can be moved and it will be great for the next 5 years thereafter. However, the dump boxes that we have, they will not be able to be transported to the next vehicle. That's part of the aftermarket. But then usually when you go to resell them, that's what people want. They want these dump boxes. So you're going to get the larger cost for that. The price for the lease is a little higher per month, but that's what you pay for. To do a 1 ton, I said it was about $108,000 for us to buy that vehicle. So we're talking, those 6 vehicles that we're talking about right now are close to the $460 to $480. It would cost us if we were to buy it right out. And it's not going to cost us that amount. We'll be lucky if it's under $100,000 to get all 6 vehicles started up. So that's the benefit of the lease. But then remember, at the end of 5 years, it's still an equity for us that we can sell those vehicles and get back some of that money. And you'll see that in his display that he's provided for us.
And so just to clarify, so is that the model that you're proposing, Chris, then is the one where it's the straight financing? Or are you proposing that we go with the one where it's the market value lease?
We were looking at the straight finance, and when we spoke with Nathan, we had talked about the aftermarket. Usually aftermarket is for the first 10,000, it's already included in the lease price. After that, it's normally you need to put down 50%. And I said, no, we don't want to have a capital expense. We want it all rolled into being, this is the price for that vehicle and that's what it's going to cost us. And because of our financial situation where we have very sound finances, they are able to go back to enterprise and try and put that all in together. So this $96,000 vehicle now becomes a certain amount each month. It might be higher than the 13,000, might be more like 15 or 16,000, but you get the aftermarket on that. And then when he goes to sell it again, that aftermarket, if it's usable for the next vehicle, is ours. We can then put it on there. So now the fire is only buying a basic leased vehicle to put that aftermarket on there. All the aftermarket, everything the vehicle is still the town's equity wise. It's up to us whether we want to sell it or not with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chris. That was a great explanation. Just a couple of questions I'm wanting to know. So does each department head now look after their own particular fleet? Is that how it works currently? Okay, so that time frame would then, they would have that they wouldn't have to worry about that then?
No, each department head would still have to give us their recommendation for what vehicles they require. They would then talk to the team from Enterprise. So right now we're looking at the 6 vehicles. So now I'll go back to fire, public works, roads, water, and I think it was Parks and Rec, and as well as Andrew regarding the bylaw and the new vehicle that we want to purchase and say, what is your requirement? Do you need a 4x4 with four doors? Do you need an SUV? Do you need a truck? What type of truck? We know for sure that the fire and the Parks and Rec and the roads, I think it's water, require the 1 tons with all these extra aftermarkets on it. So those are the ones for sure, but they're going to tell the Enterprise team, tell them this is what we require. Then Nathan and his team will go back to the companies and get us the best deal for all of these.
That will save some time.
Yeah, all we have to do
their
is basically
department.
say, this is the vehicle we need, and then they also have a team member that will look at our vehicles and say, hey, this one's coming up. This one is really using a lot of gas. You really need to look at this one. This one should probably be more of a priority than this one that you were thinking of moving. So then we can move them around. As for police, as we talked to Chris, he would then just call them, say, hey, this is the vehicle I want. We want a Durango, or we want a truck. We want this. And here's the aftermarkets that we need. They would go after, get all that information for him. His person right now has to do all that individually. So we're basically a phone call away. This is what we require. But they're always checking in on a quarterly basis to say, hey, this is what we need. Because you got to remember, we need 6 months lead time pretty well to get these ordered. So we don't need the leather seats and the big displays and all. We need your basic vehicles is what we're looking for.
Okay, great. And my second question, there's a number of municipalities listed that have decided to go in with Enterprise. So have we reached out to them to see how long they've been with them and any feedback from them, if they've been longer than 5 years or anything like that?
Well, this program just basically started 3 years ago. So the amount of people that have been on it, would you say it was about 30 municipalities? I've checked with our local municipalities, with the town of Blue Mountains, and they have an actual fleet manager, and he's the one who recommended them. And I've had interviews with the other one of Township of Clearview that they've mentioned as well in this synopsis, and they would highly recommend them. They have no problem. Blue Mountains has 50 vehicles, and what was the other one? Town of Clearview had 26 vehicles. Neither of them have police vehicles though. So these are their actual vehicles that they're using. And they say they've had no problems. One recommendation from Blue Mountains was make sure that you have local people that can do your maintenance on it. And we have checked already, and I know Hallman's, Chrysler, what was that other, the tire place, MacArthur Tire, and there's another one in town that actually does it. Plus, if you were to get, say, a Ford, Leslie Motors over in Walkerton as well. So that's 5 of the 6 that we know in this area, because we checked on that immediately. We wanted to make sure. Again, if they're not on there, we can actually go to the ones that we would normally go to and say, hey, would you like to be part of the enterprise? You basically are showing them a card. We are a member of enterprise. They would call them. Enterprise says, yes, this needs to be done. And they pay for it directly because our lease covers for all of that. So we're not paying any money out front. We know what the cost is. That's the advantage to us when we're budgeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, my question is, does this affect our OLG funds at all? Because typically capital purchases are from OLG. So are you doing a transfer from?
No.
Okay, so.
We never use any of the OLG monies pretty well for these too often.
Okay.
These monies that we want to put for OLGs will be for our infrastructure, will be for the graders and the backhoes and the bigger equipment that aren't part of the light fleets. So that we can concentrate that money. 120,000 of that we had from capital, like I said, is going to operations side.
Very good. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. And Nathan, I see you're still online and have been available. Thank you for being here. We didn't have any questions for you. So I will call the question. All in favor of report DCS 1323. That is carried. Thank you very much. All right, so let's take a break for almost 15 minutes. We'll come back at 6, just a little past 6:30. Okay. Okay, so we are back in session and we're starting with item 10.3. This is page 195 of the package. Report PRC 10-23. The subject is the P&H Center concession operation request for proposal. It's from Laura Kristen, our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture. And I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Cable and Councillor Hudson. Laura?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Hanover P&H Center has been outsourcing the concession operations since 2015. And the concession is a very important, plays a very crucial role in providing that food and beverage to our patrons, as well as organizations that are hosting special occasion permits with alcohol to meet that food availability requirement. And as far as background as well, so last year's concession agreement was only for a one-year term, and that we were in a position to be looking for a new concession operator for the upcoming season. So we put out a request for proposal. It was advertised in the Post as well as the town's website and was provided directly to some local businesses and organizations. And one proposal was received by the deadline. And that proposal was received from Big Bites Food Truck. They are certainly a local operation, and the current owner and operator also had experience with the P&H Center during 2022 during the Barons playoffs. They were invited to set up at the P&H Center in the parking lot during the Barons games, as at that time we did not have a concession operator due to the pandemic. The bid also included the compensation to the town of $4,000 annually. So based on the review of the proposal, as well as the reference checks, staff is recommending that Big Bites do have the knowledge and the experience in the food service industry to provide the concession services at the P&H Center for the upcoming season. Next steps are that we will enter into an actual rental agreement. Some key elements are that the operator will have exclusive rights to sell snacks and refreshments, with the exception the corporation does retain that right to place vending machines within the lobbies. Also, the minimum hours of operations will be mutually established using the facility booking schedule as a guide, and also to make sure that we have that coverage during those special occasion permits. And the operator is responsible for the management of the premises, including but not limited to the supplying of the food, inventory control, providing training, paying staff, and applicable payments relative to product sales and that employment of staff. And the corporation will provide the concession equipment that is all detailed in that agreement and is responsible for any repairs. The operator is responsible for maintaining that the equipment is in good working order, and as well as proper cleaning and routine maintenance. The term of this agreement that we're proposing is just for a one-year term, with the potential for a renewal for up to 3 years. The financial implications is that the town will receive $4,000 annually in rent, and this amount is to be paid upfront when the operation commences. The recommendation before you this evening is that report PRC 1023 P&H Center concession operation request for proposal be received, that council approve the P&H Center concession operation be awarded to Big Bites, and further that council direct mayor and the CAO to enter into a one-year agreement with Big Bites for the concession operation. Any questions?
Thanks, Laura. Are there questions? Councillor Hudson, then Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, Laura, if you can tell me, where are Big Bites locally? Are they from out of town, or do they just have a food truck? A little more info on them would be appreciated.
They're located from the Durham area.
And do they just have, is it just a food truck that they're running currently before this particular proposal?
Yes, currently.
Okay. And so the foods they will be serving at concession will be similar to the food truck?
So it's your typical concession food type truck type menu. I know specifically, and this was something we looked at in the past of offering that those healthy options, and they are going to try and build that in as well. But the reality of it is that
the demand is more for those, quick French fries, that hot food, as well as, beverages, and usually more of an unhealthy type. But yeah, nachos is another one, exactly, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cable, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Laura, is $4,000 a lot? I'm trying to think of the contract that we had previously. And I always worry that, the business has to sustain itself, right? And if they don't sell enough, would they want to stay? And I think, if I recall correctly, when we used to operate ourselves, we actually took a loss. So really any revenue is a positive for us in this case. So is $4,000 the typical amount?
Looking at previous years, it was around that $3,500 mark. So it's in line. I wouldn't say that it's skewed one way or the other. I certainly think that it is reasonable. And there is opportunity. I'm not sure of what the experience that you're speaking to, referring to what kind of revenue. There's opportunity to extend this beyond just that hockey season, right? This is a 12-month agreement, and there's that opportunity to perhaps open during daytime hours even, if that's the case, and then they certainly have that opportunity.
Excellent. And I'm sure that we have conversations with Big Bites that if ultimately the $4,000 is kind of a hindrance to them wanting to continue next year, that could be discussed at that point in time.
One of the reasons why we've got a 1-year term as well. Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Laura. I just wanted to speak in favor of it. I think it looks like a well thought out process. And I think it's important that we have concessions available there, and just speaking in support of this. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Laura. What is the reason for the 1-year lease and not a longer lease? Is it just?
I think it provides us with an opportunity to have a bit of a pilot, let's say, from both sides, for them as well as for us. So that's the motivation there.
Ready, and will they be able to open, say, during the home show? Is there any time that they can't open if there's a function going on?
So as far as requirements, our biggest requirement is that they are open during that special occasion permit. So should they want to open during other events, that there is that opportunity.
Back in my old timer hockey days, we ran a tournament, and they never want the concession open for the tournament because the organizers of the hockey tournament want to run their own food. So
Yeah, I was, through Your Worship, I was just gonna say, there's certain rules like having that safe food handling course, and the public health requirements have certainly increased. So that minimizes that demand.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor of PRC 1023? That is carried. Okay, 10.4, this is page 199 in our package. Report PRC 1123. The subject is the playground equipment retrofit, the RFP recommendation, and it's from Laura Christian, our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture. I need a mover and seconder to put that on the floor. Councillor Cable and Councillor Sacco. Laura?
Thank you again, Your Worship. So the background of this report is we had a playground inspection that was conducted in 2022. This was conducted at all of our playgrounds. This wasn't just specific to the Legion Park. And that inspection identified numerous parks that had equipment that no longer were CSA compliant. And specifically at the Robert Steers Legion Memorial Park, we had to remove equipment, and that resulted in what's left is a Little Tykes play structure, 2 ground climbable dinosaurs, And then there is a swing set that is currently still in place, but it is also going to be removed, as it also has been identified in the inspection for removal. But council will know that that is still in place at this time. So on July 25th, we issued an RFP that was sent directly to 4 playground companies, as well as posted on the town's website and Biddingo. And by the August 9th deadline, only 1 proposal was received. Want to provide further information about this RFP, that proponents were asked to provide 2 options. And those options were based on 2 budget upset limits. And we wanted those options. The first one was for a budget limit of 40,000, as well as the second option for an upset limit of 20,000. And we took a look at the submission, and we based it on the criteria of play value, variety, accessibility, lifespan of equipment, and project schedule. And we are recommending that the project do be awarded to Park and Water. And they are based out of Orangeville, Ontario, and they have many years of experience. And notably that this is the same company that installed the equipment at our Kinsman Ballpark, as well as the 4th Street Crescent playground that was just in the fall of 2022. The manufacturer of the playground equipment is BCI Burke, and they have been in the industry for over 100 years. And both of the playgrounds as well at Kinsman, as well as 4th Street, it was Burke as well. References for Park and Water were positive, including comments such as good service, knowledgeable, and timely and responsive to concerns, and projects completed on time and within budget. So moving into the financial implications, in the 2023 budget, $20,000 from reserves was allocated towards this project, and staff were directed to seek a partner or a donor to supplement the replacement cost to total $40,000. However, despite staff's efforts to secure that donation of $20,000, this did not come to fruition. I will remind council that during budget deliberations, there were some comments or input that this could be something considered to bump up to the full $40,000 from reserves once the RFP results were presented for approval. So here we are. Park and Water's proposal was within that predefined upset limit, the first one being 40,000 and the second one being 20,000, just squeaks in. If you note, I'll highlight option 2 is simply just to replace that swing set based on the swing, as well as the wood fiber that's required to go along with that. And option 1 with the $40,000 limit also included the swing, a climbing structure, a rocker, as well as a spinner. And council did receive a rendering, a drawing of what that could look like. I am recommending that the option 1 at the $39,965.38 be awarded to Park and Water for the following reasons. It offers more equipment and variety and play experience. It's not just that swinging, it'll also be the climbing, the sliding, the balancing, and the spinning. There's certainly others added features that could be included, such as benches or picnic tables and bike racks, but at this point I have not included that in this proposal. I do need to share with council that you need to be aware that allocating this additional $20,000 from the Parks Reserve to proceed with option 1 does leave the department with a limited reserve balance for future projects. We need to be conscientious that we have some available reserves to assist with funding projects such as East End Trail and future equipment needs. So the recommendation before you this evening is that report PRC 1123 playground equipment RFP recommendation be received, that the project be awarded to Park and Water for a total cost of $39,965.38 plus HST, and that the additional $19,965.38 be funded through park reserves, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into a contract with Park and Water Limited.
Thanks, Laura. Counselor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Laura, for your report. So to be clear, the picture that you have provided with us on page 203 is the $40,000 a park. And I'll be honest, I drove around and looked at the other parks today. And this one, of course, isn't nearly as nice as those, but we had more money, I understand, when we were doing the other two as well. And as you and I talked earlier, I understand that this is more of a private park. It's not, well, it's not visible really from the road. So people don't know about it in some cases unless you live in that neighborhood or where I live, which isn't too far from here. But eventually I'm wondering if we could get a slide in there. The climbing options don't look big. The benches, you mentioned you didn't include any of that. Would there be any possibility in the future, the near future, to get a bench or seats or something for parents and grandparents to go there?
Through your worship, I think this is something that could be brought forward at a future budget deliberation, but it certainly would not be able to be included. Now that we have the RFP, we know what the costs are. There's unlikely that it will have any dollars that aren't used. So at this time, I would say that would have to be brought forward.
So that's my recommendation, is in the future, if we consider if we could add to this, like the benches and the slide or whatever you think is suitable. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Laura, for the report. Looking, and I believe we likely had this at one point in time when they did the playground survey. Do we know what type of, how much usage this park actually gets? In our demographics changing, you know, as you know, Brenly and some of those other subdivisions a little farther away from there, are our younger families going that direction? And is this park, is it a good place to invest our money? I guess bottom line I'm looking at.
Through you, Your Worship. Certainly, this kind of builds into Councillor Sacco question or comment just relating to this is what we would call instead of using her words a private park, I would describe this more as that neighborhood park. And so it certainly probably wouldn't see the same use as maybe something like Hanover Park. But unfortunately, I can't answer your question tonight, Councillor Dickert, because I don't have that information about the usage. You know, certainly that's something I can try and look into, but I don't know if that's going to impact your decision for tonight.
And that's fair answer. I guess, you know, when I look at, and you mentioned it yourself, we have the trail, East End Trail that we want to do, and then we do have a lot of priorities. And I just wonder, perhaps, you know, following up on Councillor Sacco's thoughts, you know, for looking at doing benches and things like that farther down the road, if this park justifies that based on its usage, perhaps we should just go with the minimum now and you know, keep some of that reserve fund, because you know, we've heard from the public, the trails are a high priority for them, and I wouldn't want to see us eliminate our opportunities to get the trails done quicker and putting money into a park that maybe doesn't get as much use. So my suggestion would be that we do the minimum and keep that reserve so that we can actually get our trail system running sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I will answer the question about how well that park is used, because my house backs onto that property. So I can tell you there are people that use that park at 8 in the morning and at 8 at night. There are grandparents, there are parents, there are young kids, there are youth. There are, tell me what from the Y, the little group that they all come in a little train and they're hanging on to each other. And it's really good entertainment for me to watch, the young kids and stuff, but it is used continuously. You might see 15 people in that park, and then you'll see 2, and then you'll see 8. Come winter time, it's continually used with that little hill that's there because the young kids love sliding down that. And then of course they get on the slide that's there and the dinosaurs, so all ages are using that park. What the one concern is that I hear from people is that they don't like parking on 14th Street, even though they are allowed to park on 14th Street, but you will see all ages using that park. And my suggestion about benches or picnic tables is maybe Launchpad wants to build some benches that could go in our park. So that's just my comments. Councillor Cable.
I think I would also just note that this is the park that council agreed to maintain playground equipment in as part of the park assessment that we conducted back during COVID time, I don't know, 2020-ish. And so there is the park on 21st Ave, which is very close to this park, and that's the park where the equipment will be phased out. And it was selected that the Robert F. Steers Park would have, that would be the park that's in the northeast quadrant of our town. And so similar to Councillor Stackel, I do think that it would be nice for us to actually finish this park space. So something as simple as making sure that the sign is updated to match our other park spaces, making sure that it has benches, that it has picnic tables, those kind of things that we put into our other park spaces. Perhaps it's not now, but perhaps it's as part of our 2024 objective to complete the neighborhood park that we just approved in the strategic plan.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, Laura, if you can enlighten me a little bit as to the price differences in the proposals with the excavation, disposal and all of that. I'm not getting that.
Through Your Worship. So I think what could be creating some confusion is, for example, in option 1, you've got your swing set that's the same 2-bay with 2 belts with 1 tot, and it comes in at 7,500. And then you flip over to the other side and it's 2 bays, 2 belts, and it comes in at 11,900. So I think that might be what the motivation to your question is that there's those economy of scales that are picked up, right? When it goes to option 1 versus 2. So yes, if the company was just to come in and install just one place or one swing set, you don't have that same economy of scale that you pick up from putting in multiple pieces of equipment.
It's actually the last 3 that I have the question on.
Okay.
Excavation, disposal, supply and install the engineered wood fiber. I get that one.
Yep.
Because it's the same size space, correct?
No, it would be larger if you.
But the park is the same size. So when they're talking excavation and disposal, what are they disposing of? What's the disposal? What are they getting rid of?
So through you, Your Worship. So in this case, you're excavating to dig out, you need essentially, let's call it a pit, let's call it. And so the pit becomes larger in order to put down that wood fiber. So that excavation of the area as well as disposal of the fill. And then to carry on. So the wood fiber, an area so your wood fiber is what's your fall protection. So in case a child falls from the swing set, that it provides that level of impact. So when it becomes a larger area, the wood fiber then increases, the pit increases, and more wood fiber is needed. And then, of course, so when we talk about topsoils, cedar sod restoration, that's just finishing the project.
Which should be less with all the equipment and the wood fiber. You would think, right? Anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, any other comments or questions? All right, all in favor of the report, PRC 1123. Those opposed? One, that is carried. Thank you. Item 10.5 is report PRC 12-23. The subject is splash pad development. It's from Laura Kristen, our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture, and I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Hawking and Councillor Fleet. Laura?
Thank you again, Your Worship. I think for tonight's purposes, you know, I can skim over the background unless council feels that, you know, the length of the report certainly, it's very lengthy. So if with council's approval to kind of skim through that or even just bypass that area entirely and skip right to the discussion, is that fine or, okay, great. Okay, so I'll start at the discussion. So to date, council support for that splash pad has been shown through the feasibility study, as well as we established an ad hoc committee. So the intent of this report is to seek council's approval and commitment to build the splash pad. Additionally, this will confirm the location of where to build the splash pad and also to outline the projected financial and operating costs and implications. So the splash pad location is the first topic that we're going to dive into. And a lot of this work was conducted through Plural, the landscape architect, who presented that delegation to us at last meeting. And they were tasked to look at 3 potential sites, which was Heritage Square, Town Park, as well as Kinsman Ballpark. Each location has very unique factors. And, you know, it leads to varying costs and considerations. And Plural's report evaluated all of these. And I've provided a very brief overview of the summary of the 3 locations that were considered. And I'm not going to go over those as well. But I will say that, you know, there certainly has been unique characteristics. It's resulted in varying opinions with respect to that preferred location at Hanover or for the splash pad. And Plural's report came forward that Heritage Square and Hanover Park were deemed as suitable locations for the splash pad, but they did provide a recommendation that Kinsman Ballpark did not offer that same comparable opportunity that the other 2 locations did to have a successful splash pad. As well, we've engaged the PRC Advisory Committee, and they've been providing some ongoing input, and specifically highlighting tonight is at the May 3rd meeting, the following motion was approved. And this direction was needed at the time in order for Plural to kind of advance that their work and that study forward. And this was the motion that was passed that the Town of Hanover PRC Advisory Committee supports Hanover Park as the recommended location to the landscape architect for the completion of the Splash Pad Center of Excellence feasibility study. You know, so certainly that was presented and has impacted some of the work that you've seen as part of that feasibility study that was presented at last meeting. So after thorough analysis of that feasibility study, as well as with input from the PRC Advisory Committee, staff are recommending Hanover Town Park as the splash pad development location. It offers numerous benefits, including sufficient space, existing washrooms, parking availability, and the opportunity to enhance the location as an inclusive outdoor space with amenities for all ages to enjoy. A splash pad in this location will add functionality to the park and further complements the future potential of a COE park development in that location. Next, moving on to the water management systems. So there are 2 approaches, the flow through as well as the recirculating system. The flow through system uses fresh potable water, and the flow through system uses less energy per year
and is less expensive for initial install. There is minimal maintenance for the system. It requires opening, it requires closing in the pre and post seasons, as well as staff will perform daily checks to make sure that the area is clean, free from hazards. And operationally, it is noted that the flow through system does use more water throughout the season. The flow through system also has the option to have a holding tank in which the gray water could be repurposed for uses such as flower watering or irrigation. This method requires no water treatment and testing, and this has been, and the water consumption has been estimated at 75 to 100 cubic meters of water per day. A recirculation system operates more like a pool. It captures the water, it cleans it, it disinfects it, it sends the water back into the pad for reuse. And this results in minimal water waste. A recirculation system does require a certified pool technician to monitor these chemicals. So just like our pool at the P&H Center, this has to be monitored regularly. It's not just sending a student down to check and make sure there isn't broken glass on the pad. This is trained staff that are monitoring the system. We'll note that this system does use less water, and it is perceived as the more environmentally friendly system. The initial cost is approximately $100,000 more than the flow through. However, this system does use less water to operate. And we will note that we have input from municipalities, local municipalities that have research systems that they do require that considerably more staff time on a daily basis. Sometimes 2 to 3 hours a day. And as well as there's troubleshooting that's required, maintenance, filter checks, and could also result in downtime for the splash pad. For the purposes of tonight and providing council with the operational cost projections that I have included, we have used the flow through splash pad system as the preferred recommendation. And that's based on lower costs for construction. A smaller space is required for the mechanical components and also the material storage. So what I mean by that is your pump room. It can go from a cabinet to a 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 room, plus the storage for the chemicals, the chlorine, etc. Less staff time. That's a big one for daily operations. The PRC Advisory Committee did discuss the pros and cons of the types of water systems and the operational impacts. And the committee consensus was to recommend that council consider the flow through water system with that holding tank in order to capture some of that discharge gray water for flower watering, etc. I will note that there is further investigation required with respect to this water system. So it's certainly something that more research will be conducted, and we will provide, staff will provide updates to council as that information comes forward. So the financial implications, the project's in the development stages. And certainly we've been utilizing the information that was brought forward in that feasibility report. There will be reports that will be brought forward for council's consideration as these details are refined. So know that this isn't the last time we'll be speaking on this topic, I'm sure. Okay, so the following is the estimated development and construction costs. These are the capital costs with the flow through, again, system using flow through and using Hanover Town Park. It is important to emphasize that these are just projected, and it is anticipated that they may need to be adjusted based on the final design and depending on the timing of this project, potential cost of living increases. So these numbers were pulled directly out of the feasibility report that was provided for you last meeting. And so with the professional fees, the splash pad construction, the site servicing, and washroom and other amenities, the capital cost has been estimated at $640,000. A fundraising campaign will be created and driven by the Splash Pad Ad Hoc Committee that was funded. But council's direction with respect to that level of fundraising is required at this time. So the next section is a little bit of a comparison for you. So based on total project costs of $640,000, we've provided some scenarios. Chris highlighted in her 2023 budget report that for every $84,113, that equals a 1% tax levy increase. So knowing that, again, talking about my previous report, you know, there's a significant amount of projects with a limited reserve budget that, you know, the tax levy increase would be applicable. Also, I will put forward that it is recommended that the construction commencement is contingent on reaching that entire amount of the council directed fundraising target. And what I mean by that is certainly, you know, it would be 100% of the fundraising would be realized, would be collected before we actually commence construction. RFP could happen, but actual construction. As with any town asset, replacement is required, and it is estimated that the life cycle is projected to be approximately 20 years. Okay, and I'll move next into the operations on the annual side, annual expenses. So once again, you know, the splash pad operation would be assumed by the PRC advisor or the PRC department and staff. Annual operations include daily inspections, garbage removal, litter, broken glass, rocks, and based on the estimates provided in Plural's report, the annual cost is projected at $42,218. Our insurance company was consulted and they indicated that it does range from about 600 up to 4,000, depending on the size and the value of the equipment. So again, this is just a projection. So pending council's approval of the splash pad moving forward, the construction and operation of the new splash pad will be included in the capital and operational budgets as early as 2024. And as noted, commencement of construction would be contingent on realizing that fundraising target. So the recommendations before you this evening is that report PRC 1223 splash pad development be received, that council approve the location of Hanover Town Park as the splash pad development location, that staff be directed to work with the Parks Recreation Advisory Committee and the Splash Pad Ad Hoc Committee for the implementation of the fundraising and construction of the splash pad development at Hanover Town Park. That council provide direction with respect to that percentage of the total project cost that must be secured via fundraising campaign, and that the construction commencement is contingent on reaching the entire amount of the council directed fundraising target.
Thank you, Laura. Typically, how long is the splash pad open? Does it open in May or June?
Typically, it starts in June. Yep.
And closes in
September.
Questions, comments? Okay, Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Your worship, it's more of a procedural question. Do we need to have a motion to extend our meeting past the 4-hour limit?
We checked with the clerk and she said we do not.
Okay.
Because we have not updated the procedure bylaw. So we're good to go to 11. But I hope we don't.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just didn't want to go into a big discussion and find out we were doing something we weren't supposed to do. Thank you.
Okay, comments, questions, Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering how you would like to work through this. Do we want to start with the location for the splash pad and then move to the fundraising? Or should I comment on both items at the same time?
You can comment on both.
Okay. So certainly, as a member of Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, I do support the recommendation for the splash pad to be at Town Park. We have done extensive work with Plural, looking at the pros and cons of the 3 different sites. And certainly for me, I think at one point I really thought this would be a great addition to Kinsman Ballpark. But through Plural's analysis and looking at the restrictions on that site, I do think that the town park provides a great opportunity for us to reinvigorate that space. And certainly the idea of being able to move into a center of excellence park concept down the road is a great benefit, I think, for us. And certainly we had great uptake in the public survey for a splash pad, which was fantastic. I think we had over 700 responses, with 93% of people saying that they would use a splash pad if it was at Town Park. So I think it's a great indicator that there is public a public desire to have it at that location, which I think is great to see. And also, I think the number of survey responses that we received is also reflective of the fact that a splash pad is something that Hanover residents would like to see.
Did you want to continue on? Sure, you can start.
Okay. For fundraising, I think, if I think back to when Marion and Lee first came to present this idea to council, they really talked about fundraising for the splash pad and a washroom that would be required to go along with it. And I definitely see that the fundraising for those 2 items, I think it makes a lot of sense to me that they would be fundraising for the splash pad and the washroom. I think it would be appropriate for council to approve that the professional fees and the site servicing would be absorbed by the town of Hanover in order to support that project. And so I guess the splash pad plus the washroom looks like it's around $250,000. And if we were to add a contingency in there, the splash pad might be a little bit more. We might end up at a $300,000 fundraising target, which is a nice round number. And so that would be the number that I would throw out.
Thank you. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. I thank Councillor Cable for his comments, and I support everything he has said, with the proviso that I don't know which report. I've seen so many reports, but it indicated that the ratepayers would be interested, would support a tax increase for a splash pad, and also there was a response that they would also get involved with fundraising. I endorse Laura's comment about getting the fundraising done before we begin construction, because that's sort of the incentive, and people tend to wane a bit once the shovel goes in the ground, and it may detract from the fundraising. It's also an incentive to the fundraising committee that they have a goal, and the faster that they raise that money, the sooner we'll be able to make a decision and get the project going. So I think kudos to Laura for the extensive report. And just to repeat myself, I support the park designation, and I also approve Councilor Cable's recommendation that we ask them to raise total of $300,000 as their commitment, with the idea that there's a bit of a contingency built into that. So that's my position.
Thank you. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Laura. I guess this question might be for Chris. Would there be any money available out there in funding that we can apply for the difference, or?
Laura?
Through you, Your Worship. So there are grant opportunities that do present themselves, and the benefit of this project is they love shovel ready. Grant applications love that shovel ready. We are very much poised. So we have at this point put in an application for a particular grant. There are opportunities that will come forward. So at this time, we've got 150,000 in for a grant. And certainly that's something that actually even presents a further question to council. What percentage should there be any grant money that comes in, if we're doing a percentage that come off the fundraising amount, does that come off of the town amount? So certainly that direction could be clarified as well, pending the direction that we receive tonight.
Thank you. And I support Councilor Cable. I think 300,000 is a nice round number. If they can raise more, great. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question is to Chris in part regarding the professional fees and the site servicing. Is that something that our budget can handle if it is separated out from the total capital of 640?
It would still be capital. But that would be, you're asking the town to come up with the 390,000 for that. And again, 390 would be about a 3% levy increase. So it's not that we're going to absorb it, it's going to be an increase to the tax levy for that.
So from what I've been hearing out in the public is that the town is sort of divided in three different portions. Pardon me. I know that there were a lot of responses for the survey, which was great, but there's still about, there's a third of the community that really wants this really badly. There's a third that wonders why we would bother when we have a pool. And then there's a third that they don't really care until it starts to cost them money on their taxes, basically. So I think we do have to listen to all of those people. And it is a project that is only utilized 3 to 4 months a year. And for those that don't actually use it, to have that tax levy increase is going to be a little bit of a sore spot for them. I do think a splash pad is great, but I think the fundraising should be a little higher just to appease those that perhaps aren't thinking that it's the greatest thing for us to have here.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the location at the Hanover Park. I think that gives us the best options available. So I think that's good. 300,000 fundraising, I'm comfortable with that. I would go as far to say though that any grant money we would find or might be successful in getting would come off the town's portion of that, and the 300,000 fundraising would stay at 300,000 for some of the reasons that Councillor Hudson just mentioned. So I'm supporting this. I think it's the right location. I'm comfortable with that amount, and I do. What I hear in the town is that, for the most part, people do want to see us proceed with this project and have this available. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sackle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Laura. I'm trying to think of that old phrase that's been around, put your money where your mouth is, I think is something like that. I think there are so many people that want this splash pad that I'm hoping the fundraising committee is able to easily raise the 300,000. So I'm in agreement with what Councillor Cable has recommended. And I too agree, like Deputy Mayor Dickert, that any funds raised through grants should go to the town. So, and the Hanover Park is a great place for it. Thanks.
Councillor Hudson.
Just one other comment. I am in favor of the splash pad. I do think the flow through system is the best. I have a concern about not the location. I do like the location. It's the site at the Hanover Park that I'm struggling with, but perhaps down the road that will come out. I'm not sure that it's the best idea to lose our parking there, which is utilized more than 3 to 4 months a year, when there's another space available that's adjacent to the pavilion. And I understand from talking to young moms that when you go to the splash pad, you just don't take your kids, you take a whole pile of paraphernalia, you take lunch and towels and dry clothes and a whole bunch of stuff of which you need to put somewhere. And the pavilion area lends itself to that. And currently that particular area is underutilized. The only thing on it right now is actually one of the disc golf cages. So it's quite a large area. It's on the second tier, so it's no flooding. It's right at the base of the campers washrooms, and an excellent entrance, which the gates that used to lead down to camping are right there, and it's further away from the road and parking. And then if you do need additional parking, there's that space that Plural had suggested to put on the other side behind the basketball court, and then not disturb the actual parking lot, stairs down to the pavilion, which are currently used a great deal for people.
Laura, did you want to respond?
I think for purposes of tonight, identifying that the Hanover Town Park and then future reports will be brought forward to define that precise site would be appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Cable and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just hoping that we can clarify about the tax increase being 3.8%, like the numbers that were in the chart, just so that members of the public are very clear, because we don't usually talk about capital items in terms of percentage increases, right? We don't say that we bought this snowplow and it's a 2.9% increase, right? Because that comes from the capital budget, which would be a separate section. It's not coming from the levy, like our operations. And so I think that we just need to clarify that it's not the 88,000 number times your amount.
Chris?
This is not the traditional capital. This is new capital. You have to remember our capital budget is based on our existing asset. This is new growth. So this is not taking our existing capital budget money that's available and using it. This is truly new money that you have to come up with. Otherwise, you're getting rid of some other capital project or some other capital asset from the municipality. So if you want to do this splash pad, which is a great opportunity, do you give up a park? Do you give up another playground? Do you give up something else? It doesn't sound like you are. It sounds like you're adding a splash pad. So you are adding additional money to the budget. This is over and above. You're not absorbing this 320,000 or 390,000, whatever it is you need from the town, from their existing capital. This is brand new capital. This is not existing. That's why we're saying this is an increase.
So Chris, you're saying before we even start the budget, we are 3.8% without anything else.
That is correct.
Yeah.
It is like we had mentioned before on the fire hall. This is brand new borrowing. It's going to cost you X number of percentage on your budget. Because it.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. I guess I don't fully agree with that analysis of it. I would see that if we were to think about our capital spending for the year, whatever the amount is, it would be that council is allocating a certain portion of the capital expense for next year to the splash pad. If we're going to go and look at it as being a percentage increase, then I would think that council would want to long-term finance this similar to other projects that we've done so that the percentage increase is lower and spread out over 10 years. I wouldn't think that we would want to go and do it your way, because then if we were to go and make a 3.8% increase in all the future years, it's not that we're going to take back that 3.8 that residents have in their bills going to go down. We're going to maintain that 3.8%, and then that money will be used for other things. So I wouldn't want to see us increase by 3.8 to do it that way.
Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Hawking. You're muted.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted a point of clarification. In the estimated costs, the 215,000 says existing washroom structures, and then there's a 50,000 below it. Does this mean this project would repair the camper washroom and the existing washroom facilities there? Just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly, where you have washrooms just in place. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, it's more that site servicing to support the washrooms is what the 215 and the 50,000 is allocated to upgrade that camper's washroom. So right now it's just a a block building. It certainly is not fully accessible, and we also would need to do some renovations in there to support the pump and the mechanical components to the splash pad. So does that answer your question? The 215 does not include the washroom upgrade. It's the servicing of the pipes, the infrastructure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. This is to Chris. She mentioned two words, new capital and existing capital, correct? In the past, oh, sorry. Thank you. In the past budget deliberation, we have moved existing capital as part of our priorities. And I know we do have a strategic plan, but I don't think we should be articulating right now that it's automatically that percentage increase on the mill rate for next year. I think that becomes part of the discussion during budget deliberations, and it's in the total mix. That's just my point. Even though we've got clear responses from our taxpayers that they're willing to have that taxes increase so we can have the facility, I just think it warrants more discussion at the budget deliberations.
Sherry?
Just through you, your worship, I'm going to add a little bit to that, and then Chris, by all means, you can, through the mayor, add to that. But you know, Chris, when we put forth the capital budget to council, you will see, and you will recall that in that project, it shows how it's financed. So if we have a $640,000 splash pad, it will show below that you are going to have $300,000 for fundraising, if that is council's direction this evening. And then we need to show how we're coming up with that other $340,000 without the guarantee of grant money. Because if we show then that's portion of that $340,000 is grant money, then we can't move forward if we don't have the grant money. I would expect or anticipate that Laura will be coming back with that grant funding, or sorry, that project funding from a capital perspective to show tax levy dollars. So that's that 340,000. So I'm supporting what Chris is saying, that yes, there probably will be tax levy impacts. We're showing you what that potentially could be. And yes, Councillor Hawking, I do agree with you that that will be decided at capital budget time. But moving forward with this project, I would highly anticipate that you'll be seeing a tax levy increase or tax levy dollars required to fund this project. Through you, your worship, Chris, would there be anything that you would add to that?
It can also be funded, as Councillor Cable has stated, that it would be long-term financing. We can do that as well. So then the impact on the levy in 2024 or 2025 is not the full 3.8. But again, you're talking brand new capital. And then what happens is that asset becomes part of your asset management plan. Now your replacement cost in 20 years is now calculated further. So now your asset management plan changes because you've added a new asset. And it happens that way with everything that we do. So yes, you can do long-term financing. So if we need to long-term finance over 10 years, we're only paying $30,000. So that's less than 0.5% on the tax levy for that additional amount. So it can be done that way. And you are correct. That's exactly what we did. But what we were trying to present to you is this is the actual impact if you wanted tax dollars to pay for it directly. And this is how you want it. It was easier to show you that every $83,000, this is what you're increasing 1% for.
Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for that clarification, because the last thing that I want to have walking down the street tomorrow to Carol's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, the people saying, oh my goodness, you just supported something that's a 3.8% increase on my taxes next year. That's not going to happen. So I just wanted that because there's other solutions, and Chris has just articulated one that we've used in the past. So thank you to the staff for being forthright to indicate the total cost, but to implement to pay for the cost is a different procedure that we'll use at budget time. Thank you.
My microphone was on. So at this time, I'm just going to share that I'm not in favor of the 300,000. I'm in favor of 100% fundraising. Because this is no different than the dog park or the clock tower or the P&H Center. This is something that was like asked, our residents asked for it. They can fundraise for it. Similar to the dog park, did not come from any tax dollars. The clock tower did not either. The P&H Center was a third, and a third, although it was federal, provincial, and municipal funding with donations. There was a lot of donations for it. So in the back of my mind, I'm thinking of the new water tower, the new wastewater expansion, where our tax dollars are going to increase because we aren't going to get full grant funding for that. So to me, if we're going to have a splash pad, it should be paid for through fundraising. Just my comments. And I'll ask if there's any other comments. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe Councillor Cable or Councillor Hawking can answer this. How much does the fundraising committee feel they can raise? Can they raise 100%?
I'm just going on past experiences, Harold. When we were given a goal, we bought into it because we were for it, but we definitely didn't pay the 100%. Her worship is correct. We were given a, 1/3 of the cost, and because there's outside funding. Councillor Sacco made a good point, put your money where your mouth is, because we went out there as councillors in the election saying, we're going to ensure you get a splash pad. And what I am backing this up on is the response from the people who said, I would get involved with fundraising, and I would also have no problem with my tax dollars going to fund this project. So I think $640,000 is not realistic. Let's go for let's set the bar at 300 and do what you just said. Get more if we can do it. Yeah, I mean,
Why is that a number?
well, I think
Yeah, you got a number.
you have to have a number, and
Yeah, I know.
that's just my take. If I felt you could raise 640, I'd go for it too. I don't think so.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Coming into this meeting, I had sort of decided that 75% was what I was comfortable with, but you're right. This is something that only a certain percentage, and yes, 700 survey results are great, but they're not all of the community. And I don't know that all of the community is willing to have their taxes change just for something that's going to be 3 to 4 months a year. And they may not everyone here is a grandmother or great grandmother, or have children and all of those things. It's a great opportunity to have one. I agree with that, but I do think fundraising is the way that it should happen. So I'm in agreement with Mayor Sue.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I agree with you, Councillor Hudson, but my wife and I, we made a donation to the pool back when the pool was, neither one of us have never used the pool. Our tax dollars use the pool. Education system, we pay education taxes, but we have nobody in the education system. So, I don't complain about that. So, so I feel like this is what the community wants, and I think this is what we need to build.
Councillor Hudson.
So all of those things that you're mentioning, they operate 365 days a year. The school operates, the pool operates. This is 3 to 4 months a year for for this dollar value that we're talking about. So that's a little bit hard for some people to swallow for such a short period of time in a year.
Yeah, and I support, like I said, I've supported whatever I can in this community and I'll continue to, so. For 1 month or 6 months.
I don't see any other hands raised. But I do hear, wait a minute, that there's the recommendation and we're looking at, are we looking at 50% then? At 320 fundraising amount? No?
A nice number of 300,000.
Going to make Chris do all her figures again.
It's 47%. I did the math. Yeah.
Only 47. Wow.
Approximately.
Guys are generous. Okay, so we do have a recommendation on the floor. It's moved by Councillor Hawking, seconded by Councillor Fleet. And after discussion, we are in agreement at the location, and council is recommending 47% be fundraised, which is $300,000. All in favor? And opposed? Two opposed. That motion is carried. Thank you. All right, so we'll move on. Item 11 is the Committee of Council Minutes. I should stop. Laura, you have a question. Yes.
Mayor, so there is the recommendation relating to what amount of that fundraising is required before construction begins. Oh, okay. So we all agreed. Okay, thank you.
All right, item 11, committees of council minutes. We have 4 sets of minutes and one motion to cover those 4 sets of minutes. So can I get a mover and seconder to put that on the floor? Councillor Cable, Councillor Hudson. And we'll start with the joint health and safety minutes. This is 11.1 and Melissa, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So on June 28th, the Joint Health and Safety Committee held a meeting dedicated specifically to reviewing and updating the town's emergency procedures. During that meeting, the committee set a goal of creating one comprehensive document that will provide general guidance applicable to all of our sites and facilities. And then departments will develop site-specific procedures where needed to support that overall plan, and then submit them to the Health and Safety Committee for review. This is very similar to the process that we implemented during COVID when various sites required site-specific items to make it work for them. We made some amendments to the current draft of the emergency procedures and determined which types of content and emergencies should be included in our plan, and then set actions and next steps. So the committee will review further updates at our next quarterly meeting in September. In addition to emergency procedures, we also discussed additional items, including air quality resulting from wildfire smoke in the area, as well as the possibility of hosting a health and safety student from Seneca College during the fall term. That's about it for the meeting notes. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Melissa. I don't see any hands raised, so we'll just move on. Thank you. Item 11.2 is the Planning Advisory Committee minutes. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Planning and Advisory Committee met Tuesday, August the 8th. I'll just go over some of the highlights. We had a consent application B1-23 Hanover Facility Inc. Rivera. Mr. Eric Brathwaite from MHBC provided a detailed description about the proposal consent to sever a lot that contains existing long-term care facility from the existing senior assistant living and retirement building. The proposed separate lands have a lot area of 0.53 hectares and frontage of 55.3 meters on 10th Street and frontage on 4th Avenue. The proposed retained lands will have a lot area of 2.3 hectares and an approximate frontage of 71.71 millimeters, I guess it is. And then we'll go to number 8, and that's a minor variance application A523, Hanover Facility in Court Rivera. Mr. Breathwaite from MHBC highlight that the lot intended for severance is also seeking a minor variance. Number 9, minor variance application A623. This is for Daniel and Diane Panu, Gerald, Ron and Ross from Ron Brothers Construction, presented application for 492 9th Street for expanding legal non-confronting use to allow an expansion of a mudroom and landing. And I take any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Item 11.3 is the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee minutes. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Age Friendly met Monday, July 17th. I'll just go over some of the highlights. Reviewed Age Friendly Business Implementation Committee members reviewed and discussed the different ways Sarnia, Lambton, Wasaga Beach and London presented their age friendly business practices to their local businesses. I'll just skip over to the next page here. Other business, Grey County is working on mapping community gardens and surrounding communities. And there's a list of other businesses there that was shared with the committee. And that's all I have a report from the Age Friendly. I take any questions.
Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Fleet, it says under 4.1 that there's a list of businesses that are now participating in the Tuesday is Seniors Day in downtown Hanover. How do people in town find out which businesses are part of that?
Thank you. It's on the town's website, and I think it's also on the DIA and Chamber websites. So I think there's a total of 13 businesses participating.
Okay, thank you. Item 11.4, this is Parks, Recreation and Culture Advisory Committee minutes. Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Parks, Recreation and Culture Advisory Committee met July 26th, and some of the items discussed, disc golf update, which we all know has opened and continued interest. There's always lots of people down there, and they seem to be having a great time, so that's great. We also discussed the extended ice direction, more about the splash pad, and a little bit about the concession operator, which we've all heard about tonight. Also things that were happening at the fair, which we just had over the weekend. And I think it was very well attended. There seemed to be a lot of people. We had a great time at the photo booth as well. And the planning for fall programs is underway, and the fall community guide, I believe, is available this week. Is it this week? Okay. And also, we discussed recreation rates and fees for 2024. Committee members provided input and asked staff to complete a comparison of the increase pool admissions and present findings at the next meeting. And then just a few other business was a committee member noted a neighboring municipality was considering building a recreation facility with 2 ice pads and a pool. And just wondering about any trail projects, updates on those, and as well as the bike routes, and just a little positive feedback on the town park pavilion as well.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. None online. Okay. So that was the last set of minutes for that motion. It was moved by Councillor Cable, seconded by Councillor Hudson. And this motion is to receive the information and approve the recommendations contained in those minutes. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Item 12 is our bylaws. We have 4 bylaws. I need a mover and seconder before I ask the clerk for the intent of the bylaws. And I have Deputy Mayor and Councillor Cable. Okay, good. Vicky, the intent, please.
Bylaw 3275-23 is a bylaw of the town of Hanover to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Hanover at its regular meeting held on July 17th, 2023. Bylaw number 3276-23 is a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment to adopt amendment number 5 to the Town of Hanover official plan. Bylaw 3277-23 is a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 2912-15 as amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the Town of Hanover. And bylaw 3278-23 is a bylaw to rescind bylaw 3268-23 to enter into a water service agreement with the Corporation of the Municipality of Brockton and Hoskin Holdings, Inc.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Dickert, seconded by Councillor Cable, that bylaw numbers 3275-23 through to 3278-23 be introduced and that they be taken as read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the clerk, and sealed with the seal of the corporation and inserted in the bylaw book. All in favor? That is carried. I keep thinking that bylaw book's getting bigger and bigger. Correspondence requiring action. We do not have any this evening. Item 14, reports and correspondence for information. This is 14.1. We have report PB 1923. The subject is the Municipal Law Enforcement Quarterly Report from April till June of this year. It's from Ken Campbell, our Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, and Andrew is going to highlight the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'll quickly work through the quarterly report from April to June. This report is just for information only. It is a snapshot of calls through for bylaw enforcement. As you can see, everything's pretty well on par. There's the difference in calls the last quarter is more so other inquiries, which are usually boats and trailers parked in driveways or on yards, or accessory buildings being too close to a fence or decrepit, or things along those lines. There are no financial implications to this report. The link to the strategic plan is sustainable municipal operations, and the recommendation is that report PB 19-23 Municipal Law Enforcement Quarterly Report, April to June 2023, be received by council for information.
Thank you, Andrew. If there's any questions, just let me know. So we'll move on. Item 14.2 is report PB 2023. The subject is the site plan agreement for 2604555 Ontario Incorporated. It's from Andrew Wilkin, our Director of Building and Planning, and our CBO. Andrew?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll preface this by saying my apologies. I accidentally omitted the actual site plan control agreement itself that I would have attached to this report for record for information. I did not do that in here by accident. So if council wishes for me to bring this back at a future date for information, I can, or I can work through this report as it is.
Council, your thoughts? We'll just continue. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. On July 11th, 2023, a proposed site plan for a contractor shop and warehouse was reviewed by the Hanover Planning Advisory Committee. This is on the corner of First Street and 18th Ave, the property immediately south of the vet clinic in the business park. It is anticipated that the project will create employment opportunities for approximately 4 people. During the discussion at the Planning Advisory Committee, Bill Clancy, representing as the owner, assured that the proposed development would not result in significant traffic issues, as delivery trucks would enter the premises on occasion only to deliver material and equipment. Planning Advisory Committee supported the proposed site plan and noted there were no concerns with the proposed development. On the 3rd of August of this year, 2604555 Ontario Inc. entered into a site plan control agreement with the town to construct a contractor shop, specifically a plumbing shop, along with some additional ancillary warehousing. The proposed development adheres to all the provisions outlined in the comprehensive zoning bylaw for M1 industrial lands. The building itself is about 5 meters in height and about 15,000 square feet. There are no financial implications for this report, and the link to the strategic plan is economic development. And the recommendation is that report PB 20-23 site plan control agreement 2604555 Ontario Inc. be received for information. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there any questions? No? Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. Item 14.3 is the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes, and Melissa will highlight those.
Thank you, Your Worship. On July 26th, the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee met virtually, where I presented a report regarding our new fire hall and the accessibility considerations for public areas of the site as well as the facility itself. The committee provided feedback regarding accessible parking and opportunities for technological solutions such as motion sensors, and commented on the style of buttons for public access. Hanover also presented a report speaking to our new municipal website. Members of the committee provided comment around the use of mobile devices, assistive technologies such as screen reader software, and felt it important to make use of continuous accessibility audits and reviews of our web content. Grey County staff presented a report related to the resurfacing of their Massey parking lot and Kolapur trail signage. Apologies if I mispronounced that. Kathy Nuno of Grey County also addressed the committee regarding the development of a new standard under the AODA. It's in draft format right now, related to the design of public spaces. She also discussed the Grey County accessible features map and methods for keeping it current. I'm open for any questions.
Thanks, Melissa. I don't see any raised hands, so we'll move on. Item 14.4 is the Drinking Water Source Protection Committee minutes from March 31st of this year. And I know these minutes are dated, and I have asked our clerk to check with this committee if we could receive those minutes in draft form so that they're a little more current. But I will say this committee works to ensure drinking water is safe and sustainable by protecting water at its source. So that is what they are doing. Item 14.5 is a resolution from Parry Sound requesting that the province of Ontario take a regional approach to the implementation of Bill 23 and other housing policy initiatives to respond to the varying needs of communities in addressing attainable housing needs and environmental protection. So we are receiving this for information unless council would like to support it. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. 14.4 is a request from the City of Woodstock to support their motion to work towards solutions for the homelessness crisis and opioid crisis. And I will say this is a very broad motion affecting not only provincial, but federal. And a lot of these actions are already being put in place by the provincial government. But if council so wishes to support it, we can do so. Councillor Hocking.
Thanks. Slow learner. I think this is a worthwhile initiative. However, I would make mention that they sent this to the Honorable Christine Elliott, Minister of Health, who no longer is in that portfolio. So maybe they want to get to the right minister.
Do we have a seconder to support this? Councillor Cable? And council, do you support it? All in favor? All right, that's carried. We'll let the clerk handle that. So, okay, so now we're on to councillor and staff updates, and this time we're starting with Councillor Fleet.
Your worship, I'll be quick with this. July 19th, participate in the Tim Hortons Camp Day. Thanks for Tammy for a fun time. July 19th, the 22nd, the Artist Guild event. Nice to see local artists participating. August 5th, I attended the Dream of Glory final race at Hanover Raceway. The fireworks followed and everyone enjoyed the amazing show. Thanks to Hanover Raceway, Ag Society for putting on such a great evening of races and spectacular fireworks. August 13th, I attended the Hanover and Benedict Grant Fair. Thank you to all involved. I've attended my committee meetings. Sunday, August 13th, I attended Music in the Square. James Scarnicott performed, and he performed 5 songs that Brian Lamont had written, and they're all amazing. So it was a great day. So thanks for, that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let's see. Attended with the mayor and Sherry with a boundary adjustment visit to the city of Woodstock. Too bad I didn't see that notice. I would have told them about the Minister of Health. Met with on the 19th. We met with Corey and Jennifer Caswell, who are new airport managers at the airport. They'll be top notch. Worked a bit at the Plein Air Art Festival. Haven't heard anything back from Bev on whether it was as successful as last year. It looked good. And on the 20th, Mayor Patterson, the mayor did a great job of bringing greetings from the town of Hanover. And I have to compliment her because she was the only mayor that showed up of the 3 municipalities, but that just goes to show you that we're always on the ball. The 27th, we had a little retirement party for Philomena. She will be missed, but we have found adequate replacement. And I've had my committee meetings and I think I'll just call it a day.
Thank you. Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I as well with Councillor Fleet attended the Tim Hortons Camp Day. That was a lot of fun. He got to do the window. I was the indoor sales, and poor Warren and who was it? You, Dave, you were doing windows outside. Regular meetings of library board and PRC. Yeah, that was fun. I'm glad that wasn't me. And then on August the 12th, I also attended the fair. The library board had put in a photo booth intended to coordinate with the pet show. So we had all sorts of interesting cats, dogs, a turtle, a couple of rats, and 2 sheep, as well as families. They had 105 groups go through. Probably 3 times that many pictures because they printed out several for each one. So that was great, and got to hear a little bit of the town crier contest, and the costumes they had were amazing. So that was fabulous. And I also attended the Music in the Square. It was an umbrella up, umbrella down kind of day, but the entertainment was great. And it was really nice to see 2 of our local guys close to age coordinating to make those songs out of Brian's poems. It was a great day, and he had a lot of support from his family there as well. Brian Lawn. But and Jim did make the comment that both of his parents worked at exactly that spot at the factory. So that was interesting as well.
Thank you. Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to highlight some other items from the past month. So on July the 24th, the Launchpad board met with Ellie Green. And so Ellie has been helping us to work through some business planning. And so the focus of this session was around role clarification between board and staff and different roles in the organization, governance and staff structure, and reviewing where she was at as far as the SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so a final report is being finalized currently and is supposed to be shared with the board shortly. So I assume that analysis can come to council as well. On July the 31st, we had a Launchpad board meeting, and we're pleased to share that Emily Morrison has returned as the executive director, and her first day was today at Launchpad. So Emily has returned on a part-time basis for the month of August, and then will be returning full-time in September. And Christine Sampson, who is the HIP Apprentice Program Coordinator for the town of Hanover. She's been acting as the interim operations manager at Launchpad, and we're certainly very appreciative of all the work that she's done in the past few months, helping during this transition phase. She'll be staying on working out of the Launchpad during the rest of her contract with the town of Hanover as part of that grant. And the board is continuing to focus on developing sustainable programs moving forward, as well as really looking at more sustainable revenue sources. Other than that, the Ag Society Raceway Committee met on August the 2nd, and certainly the focus was around racing. It's been a very positive race season. Betting is looking very similar to last year, and betting well against Clinton, which is our comparator track. And certainly a main focus was around the Dream of Glory and fireworks, which, as Councillor Fleet said, were a great success. Our final Music in the Square event is going to be on Sunday, August the 27th. So for anyone looking for some entertainment, that's 2 weeks from yesterday, and it'll be featuring Tandem, who is Keith Hunt and Sam Glazier.
Thank you. Councillor Sacco.
July the 18th, Deputy Mayor Dickert and Town Clerk Vicky McDonald attended an Operation Christmas Child meeting at my home, where they presented the Hanover Senior of the Year Award to Anne Hahn. If you remember, she wasn't able to come to council to receive it in person, and she really enjoyed having you both there. July the 19th, Tim Hortons Camp Day. I didn't need to wash any windows. I just stood there with a bucket and collected money. So thank you to all of you who contributed to this worthy cause. I'm not going to say anything about Launchpad because Councillor Cable has covered that thoroughly. I am currently participating, and I wonder if anybody else in this room is, in the Hanover Public Library Adult Book Bingo Challenge. Anybody? No, huh? Okay. Well, since May the 13th, which happens to be the day I broke my foot, I have read 18 books. Due to my limited mobility, books have occupied my time, as has handmade greeting cards, which I also do. Next, I visited the Hanover Fair at the Raceway this past weekend, and I had my picture taken at the photo booth. I also attended the Town Crier event, and I really enjoyed that. And I really want to thank the Agricultural Society for putting this free event on for families. It was so great to see all those inflatables and all seats for the parents and all the little kids going up and playing on those things. So, you know, way to go. Thanks, Raceway. And I'd like to thank Jen Olivero for organizing that Town Crier competition. It was really interesting to watch. And I'm also looking forward to the AMO conference next week in London. Thank you.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Dickert.
For your worship, and thank you, Councillor Sacco, for touching on the presentation to Anne Hahn. And I just wanted to add, you know, it was so fitting to do it at a function where she's actually continuing to serve the community with that Operation Christmas Child program. So certainly a very deserving recipient. Couple of other things that have already been mentioned, but so I will just skip over them. But I did attend the Main Street presentation in Meaford on August 2nd. And Main Street is actually a US-based company that offers solutions and suggestions on enhancing the downtown areas. And they have some good and different approaches to creating and sustaining a vibrant downtown. April Marshall was also there in attendance taking notes. And one of the more critical points that they pointed out was that it is crucial that the downtown revitalization and vibrancy be led by the community at large. It can't just be a council leading it. It does need to be the entire community that's working on that. The Town Crier championships were on August 12th, and I was one of the judges for that. It was certainly a great experience, and I know it's been mentioned a few times before, and Jen Olivero did a fantastic job of putting that together. The one thing I did want to touch on, though, was at the dinner that evening, speaking with some of the competitors and actually their spouses and that were with them. The comments they made about Hanover being such a friendly town and how proud the people are of the town that they live in. So it's just refreshing when you hear people from other areas coming into our town and actually recognizing that. So certainly lots to be proud of in town, and nice to know that our residents are sharing that pride when they're speaking with visitors. So I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I will just say that I attended probably all of the events that everyone mentioned, maybe a couple I did not. So I will move on to staff. Does staff have anything they need to or want to share at this time? Andrew?
Thank you, Your Worship. Our development at the corner of 7th Ave and 10th Street, 223 10th Street has approached the town and the county about some impending road closures. As the crest says, industry, progress, recreation, sometimes progress has some discomfort. So we're in for a little bit of that over the next probably 2 or 3 months. We're working with them weekly to determine what those closures are. Perhaps once a week, we're working to limit it to the mornings only. So these times will probably be between 6:30 or 7 and noon. Trying to determine the best way and providing as much notice as possible to businesses. This again will be only the eastbound lane, and getting the information out to the public as early as we possibly can. So, thank you.
Thanks for that, Andrew. I'd like to say that as this construction, the development progresses, I think people are going to find other routes around Main Street. So you may be hearing from some, maybe 9th Street or 11th Street, maybe as far as 14th Street residents, that the traffic has increased because people are going to just stop going through that corner. But don't forget, we also have the construction that is started on Gray Road 28 or our 24th Avenue. So I encourage all of our residents to be patient during this construction season for us. Sherry, do you have anything to add?
I don't. Thank you, Mayor Sue.
Okay, and I don't see any hands online, so we're going to move on. Item 16 is planning and other meetings. Of course, all our meetings are listed on this agenda and on our website. Dates to remember and announcements. The next committee of the whole meeting is Tuesday, September 5th, and at 4 o'clock. And the next regular council meeting is Monday, September 18th at 4 p.m. At this time, I'll ask if there's any notices of motion. Seeing none, we do not have a closed meeting. I need a mover and seconder for adjournment. Councillor Hocking and Councillor Sacco. We are adjourned at 8. Oh, all in favor? That's carried. We're adjourned at 8:14. Thank you very much, council. A little longer this meeting, but